I'm gonna test. If it makes sense, I'm gonna mute on your end. I'm gonna turn on the volume on your end. Oh, there's my voice. Yes, I can definitely hear myself. I can definitely. Which is why I turned it off because I hate my voice. Just kidding. Mhm. Nope, I could definitely hear my voice. Yeah, yeah. Well, in case anyone would be watching, be like, "Ayo." Well, I'll try to be optimistic and say by the end of this, maybe we'll get one guy. It'll probably be Alex. I think it would be Alex. That one, Alex Lemons or something. That's me. I think that's just me watching to see what you're projecting and make sure you get it right. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna procrastinate until we get people watching. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to get you. Like I felt like first, in case there was people watching. Remember, I said like I thought maybe give like brief summary about that Transformers show tier list we made, but we agreed to like keep it at one sentence per show, so it's like we make it not take up forever. Yeah. Well, in that time, I think you have no, you don't. So I will give you the so you could like show it on the thing. If I look back, like I think it was like a month ago. Yeah, it was a month ago we talked. If it says two, go ahead. Yep. Yeah. Which, if you think about it, that means literally our chats for the whole 2024 have all been so far been tier lists, which is kind of interesting that it turned out that way so far. Yeah, yeah. The only other idea I had other than that is probably a conversation would be like if I saw you play like a few uh what was I gonna say? A few a few flash games. Yeah, like a few flash games that I played when I was young to see if like if you enjoyed it or you just like, ah, fuck, it's so difficult. So I think that'd be funny to see how you getting triggered. And forgive me, right now I'm trying to look through my history and I'm getting kind of annoyed at the fact that I'm like, where the hell is it? Like it should. Yeah, I did. The joke of just like imagine people in the comments, where's the tier list? We came here for a tier list. Okay, now this is really starting to annoy me. Like, come on, what the hell? Where is it? Oh wait, it was later. That's why I didn't screenshot it until later. I was looking around the time we had talked, then I realized, oh wait, I took a screenshot later. All right, where are you? Where are you? Imagine I'm just like, oh, I got through distractions. So, okay, goddamn it, this is really pissing me off that I can't find it. I'm telling myself I hate to do it, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it not so fast that I'm losing track. Holy shit. Come on, screenshots. That's your. Oh, wait, I know how to find it. I would be amazed if I couldn't find it this way because I know I sent it to a friend on Discord so that she could see the. There we go. Haha! I found you. You thought you could hide from me. Could not escape. Here you go. As a joke of just like one person comes on, no tier list, I'm gone. Now you can show it on the screen. We agree just like one sentence per show from both of us. Briefly sum it up for those who would be watching. Well, people will watch later, like after we're not live. Really? Hopefully not. Well, if it does, then whatever. Hopefully. When I made the live to like upload and stay, and when I watch I guess I know what you mean because there have been sometimes I watch live streams and then they go away. I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah, let's see if we can do it in just one sentence. Same thoughts as you, honestly. Don't give a fuck.
And then I don't even know what this one is. The one right
The
next to it.
Transformers Go weird sequel to Prime in Japan,
Oh,
whatever the fuck.
that's right. Yeah, the Japanese sequel to Prime. Honestly, same thoughts as Academy. I've never seen it. No plan on seeing it. Seems like a weird show to have a sequel for when there was already one being made. Not gonna watch it. Bottom tier.
Me, no, don't give a fuck. Move on.
All right, and then we have Titans.
That was okay. This one just sum it up as thoughts on all three of these in one. That should be fine.
Yeah, we'll just do the whole Prime Wars trilogy. Honestly, same thing. I've never seen them. Do not plan on seeing them. Everything I've heard about them is that they're bad, except for one good thing, but that's not worthwhile seeing it. Bottom tier.
The Starscream thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um.
And then, and for me, yeah, almost sometimes laughably bad, but most of the time just straight up bad.
Yeah.
Go away.
Agreed. And then we have Energon specifically, Transformers Energon of the Unicron trilogy. I do have some kind of fond memories of watching this when I was really young. I would have been anywhere from 3 to 6. And it was fun while it lasted, I guess. But then as soon as I learned how to criticize things, this didn't hold up at all. So it deserves bottom tier.
My thoughts were the same. Technically, my first ever Transformer show, which is embarrassing, but not as embarrassing as some layered stuff about some horrible animation, decent theme, like a couple ideas and designs, but yeah, it's a crappy show.
Yeah. And now here we have Kingdom and Siege right next to each other, but I think overall we'll just judge the whole War for Cybertron trilogy, right?
Yeah, the save time.
All right. So overall, I think visually they're impressive. I think they do look well animated. However, the cast is boring. The plot is the plot okay. Yeah, the plot is boring and some of the characters were interesting like Skylynx and Megatron, but otherwise it was just bland and it takes the whole dark aspects that other fans like but overexpose it and they just have it. It's just a boring mess of a show, well, of a trilogy, really. So again, they're all deserving of bottom tier. Only Earthrise being in C tier because of one or two really good episodes, and that's it.
It was just and my sum up, because it was a few words. Skylinks was most interesting. Not my Dinobot. Not my Megatron. Not my Beast Wars Megatron. Not my Galavar or whatever. And not my certain other name, Wink. And then lastly, what? The Wars.
War never changes. But yeah, no, it's boring. And then moving on from there, I feel pretty much the exact same for all of these Japanese sequels to G1. All these ones right here, they're just boring. They have lame concepts that I just don't care about, like Headmasters. Even in animated, which is all the way up here in S tier, I don't like that concept of Headmasters. I think it's boring. I think it's stupid. And I just don't think any of them are really like worthwhile looking back on. And I don't get why they even have a fan base. So again, they're in bottom tier.
And I can try to give brief on each of them. Beast Wars second, I like the idea of having the characters who didn't make into the main show get to be in here. Sometimes repainted and sometimes just straight up the same mold. I like that concept. And the theme song's actually kind of catchy, but show looks kind of boring. Zone. Meh. Super God Master Force. Neat idea to try to soft reboot, I guess, but still not a reboot. And I don't mind the idea of Optimus facing somebody who's not Megatron as a main villain. But again, just execution, man. Headmasters, the dub makes it fun. But the worst thing is killing off Optimus Prime like 3-4 episodes in. Like, what the fuck is that shit? What the hell is that shit about? And we're gonna skip over Earthrise because you already summed it up.
Yep. No, give me a second. Actually, you start with Cyber Missions. I'm eating a donut right now.
Significance buzzing Bumblebee.
Like
anyone, if anyone, again, I'm confident someone might watch this, even if not when live. But it's just that all the meme quotes from Cyber Missions, but would have been nice if they got their whole promise amount of time to finish it, because otherwise maybe it would have actually been pretty good if they had good actors and good animation. And probably, let's be honest, I think Michael Bay, even if this show actually was worth a damn, who knows, Michael Bay would still fuck over the continuity.
Yeah, they would try and focus it on human characters, or somehow they would break continuity with something else. But
because already, Age of Extinction came out, they were just like, fuck the events of the tie-in comics that for the first 3 movies. Just like, no, let's just shatter that, which means the comic continuity is separate. And I'm like, well, that gives us a better continuity at least. One more Dark of the Moon actually was the last.
Were they all still in continuity up until Dark of the Moon? Like, could they still fit?
Yes, or I'm pretty sure they felt like, you could just imagine, that stuff that happened not on screen, but important because it fleshed out the Cybertronians and focused on them. Like, I love lots of those stories, but it was when Age of Extinction came out where just gradually just got shattered, ruined. But the one plus to that is that, like, I guess it helps differentiate. It's like a sub continuity or whatever. But if I just look at those comic books and the first 3 movies, then there you go. You got good continuity. You got a nice beginning, middle, and end. Dark of the Moon actually is where it stops.
Well, that's even more unfortunate than if they actually could still fit into canon. Oh my god, that's fucking frustrating, dude.
Fuck Michael Bay.
Yeah.
But that's nothing new.
No. But I pretty much
But anyway,
I feel the same way regarding cyber missions. But yeah, moving on to unless you have something else to say, but we'll move on to Rid.
nah, let's move on.
Okay. Robots in Disguise 2015. I guess the more official sequel to Transformers Prime as compared to Transformers Go. The idea of it I do genuinely like, but overall it falls flat in terms of the characters, the dynamics they have with each other. They're not really as engaging as they were in Prime, even though in Prime they were a little flat. I'll admit.
Oh, look, two watching. So that means there is somebody watching. Yay.
Yeah, there might be. Who knows? There might be. But overall, I would say Rid 2015 is just overall a wasted potential.
Yeah. My thoughts, RID 2015, more like RIP. Ah.
The first joke you crack. That's the first joke you crack.
No, imagine it goes from 2 back to 1 for that joke.
Oh, guys, that'd be kind of
There's one person listening that says, fuck this shit. Anyway, RE 2015. I like the Starscream episodes. I like Grimlock. Steeljaw had potential. I think I would rather have Megatron in the show than bringing Optimus back, because I would like to have seen where we went with Megatron after the events of Predacons Rising. I still think he was stupid to leave like that. Like, he should have been there to announce to the Decepticons that the war's over, because then, like, who knows? Take only Starscream and a few Autobots knew, but the Decepticons wouldn't believe them. So that was... it would have been very cool to imagine Megatron as a reform, like, either a Cybertronian leader trying to redeem his ways, or just still the Ronin, but appear in RAD 2015's kind of like, I don't know, show his difference, found new Cybertronians or a new kind of alien race to look after and try to keep them from making the same mistakes, Cybertron made. That would, at least for just one episode. If Megatron had that for like one episode of the fucking 71, I think that would have been very nice.
Yeah. It would have been nice. But it didn't happen.
But RAD 2015 is marked the beginning of where we are now with the franchise.
Yeah. God fucking damn. I hate this show. I hate this show. Oh, man. It's whatever, I guess.
The next one that... Oh, I thought you were talking about the Q Transformer whatever thing.
No. What is this next one though? Which one is this? Oh, never mind.
That one paper plane.
Yeah, the weird like chibi Transformers show.
I think that's a better title. Just call it Chibi Formers.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what the kind of style it is in Japan, because it's a Japanese show, obviously. But
Yep.
From what I understand, this show is incredibly hard to come by nowadays. All of the episodes, I think, except for the first one, were deleted. You can't
only on DVD in Japan. So yeah.
Yeah, and if you got a hold of it, there's probably no English translation. But from what I know, this show is kind of funny because it kind of makes fun of the franchise as a whole. But otherwise, it's just kind of pointless. It's more of like a satire of Transformers.
It feels like instead of being an official show, it should be a YouTube It should be like a fan made YouTube thing rather than an official thing.
Yeah, it feels more fan made than official, which is kind of weird, but kind of charming at the same time.
Yeah.
But
and then my 1 cent review is, every time I look at this show, I keep thinking back to that comic paper playmate of "I will kiss you on the pecker."
I don't remember that. What was that during his ranking?
It was people who, I'm guessing some who watch you see pop a plane, paper plane, the part where he said, "If anyone can find the other episodes, I will kiss you on the you know where."
Yeah, on your Yoo-hoo. But
I kept,
goddamn,
every time I look at the show, I hear Paper Plane saying that.
I will kiss you on your yeah. But moving on, we have Cybertron. Honestly, except for G1 and maybe animated, this one probably has the most iconic intro in all of Transformers.
Our worlds are in danger.
Oh,
Copyright infringement.
I suppose
Flag.
yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. I'm trying to make some money. I'm almost able to be monetized. Give me money. Um,
Well, everyone knows the intro, and yeah, it's a good intro.
yeah, but I have it above Energon mainly because I think the animation is just a little bit better. But
I would say acceptably better. I would say acceptably better. Not perfect, but compared to Energon, like comparing, I don't know, something very primitive to something getting closer to advanced.
yeah. But yeah, no, overall it's better than Energon, but it's still pretty bad. The only saving grace is honestly the intro. If I'm gonna be honest.
and I and I'm more generous because I have biased nostalgia. I like the like if there was comments, they would get all flame like, "What the fuck?" Because I'm gonna say Cybertron Optimus is my favorite Optimus design. So a high five TJ Omega because he loves that design too. I like the idea of going to different planets for the different cyber keys. I think that was very creative. Um, and the idea of like the different planets have different styles. I think that was very genius and something we should see again. Uh, and the theme song, yeah. Uh, the fight scenes, while I'm not invested, they were a little bit exciting. Like, oof, oof! I could actually feel the punches, like in the Optimus final battle with Megatron. Uh, the the only real dud I have with the series was it's kind of annoying that as a whole, like, oh well, they just did another independent story in Japan, yet in America they tried to make it you know tying with the first two, even though it doesn't make sense. I'm like, oh, that's just a head migraine. I think most out there in the fan community, even though they don't say it, I'm just like, Cybertron should just straight up been like, no, we're going to be the third story, because I think it was too early to reboot.
Yeah, it was a little too soon, I think. So I'm glad that we actually got a trilogy of Transformers shows. The first one, not really, honestly, because there's G1 Beast.
We'll get to that one.
Yeah, we'll wait. But moving on to Cyberverse. Um, again, I think I've only seen one episode. I think it has pretty good animation, and I think from what I've heard, I think it has the best dynamic between Megatron and Starscream, or at least the best fallout between the two. Because I think the best solely like interaction, like bickering, I I think it's animated, but again, we'll get to that. But overall, Cyberverse is just okay. I think it's the best middle of the road Transformers show. But you might disagree.
And my comment, keep it short and sweet. I don't hate it. It's better than RD 2015. The animation is okay. I do see expressions. I from the sound of it, there are some, I guess, good story arcs with the characters. And what's the other word I'm looking for? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. It seems like it does decent tributing to our elements of the franchise, the most tributing since animated. And I know there's like a whole dissection from like Kean Carlisle on it. It seems nice, but the only thing that puts me to say negative, like calling out on the fans, is say like, well, I'll try to keep it polite. I'll say So yeah, it's a good Transformers show, but I have to ask, is it a good show to get other non-Transformers fans into the franchise? No, not really.
Ooh,
I mean, from what I've seen,
ooh.
there's like a lot of inside jokes. There's like a lot of inside jokes in Cyberverse only fans would get, but people who are not in Transformers would just be kind of like, So I think on a scale of trying to get new people into it, it fails. So it is what it is, but I don't consider fan service means the best.
Right. Moving on, we have Earthspark, which is so far the latest Transformers show. I believe season 2 just came out a couple days ago.
Yep.
I think it's a kind of an interesting idea where you have, I believe it's a US government agency working with the Autobots to capture rogue Decepticons on the planet. Again, I've never seen a single episode of this show, but from
And I've only seen the opening 2 episodes because they were free.
oh, okay. I do like the idea of Megatron attempting to go on some sort of a reconciliation arc, not so much redemption. And I like that because it's inspired by the IDW comics, which I'm a big fan of, from what I've seen at least. Overall, mainly because this show hasn't finished yet, I'm not going to be too harsh on it, and again, just say it's okay.
My comment is a bit more interesting than Cyberverse. There are certain topics in it that we will not talk about.
Yeah.
Megatron being good guys neat, but at the same time, part of me is like, that feels like one of the few only new things, and everything else is still kind of like we've seen in our Transformer shows. They're really only banking on Megatron being a good guy as the one selling new thing, other than I guess the new Autobot logo, which it's okay, but I guess there's just some things that I guess I'm just picking on. Like some things can change, and then other things feel like why that even change? When it's been in like one way for like 30 years, 30 plus years. Uh, it's kind of neat that Steve Blum is back to do Starscream. Though I would have preferred Tom Kenny.
He'll be back.
He'll be back.
I'll be back. Tom Kenny.
I think okay, I'll say Soundwave looks kind of cool. This is one of the cooler Soundwave looks. And like maybe I'll one day see more of it, but and then the only other big negative I have is again like with Cyberverse, just because this is the age we live in. There's a lot of like, ooh, stock footage from G1. Yeah, anime did it, but only in the first episode. Here they did like well, maybe they only did it here once too, but it just came off to be more like G1 nostalgia. G1 nostalgia. You like it because of nostalgia.
Yeah. It seems a little much. But I guess I didn't even know that was a thing that they had G1 footage in there.
It's more like G1 still shots, but to sum it up, it's like Earthsparks implying it's like a almost sequel to G1, but probably this is gonna really surprise you, sarcasm. They're probably implying at most like maybe it's a sequel to the first 2 seasons of G1 and then just disregarded the movie. Because what did the G1ers complain about, folks? They complain about, the character changes in the 86 movie.
Yeah.
And ever since then, we know how the term ruined forever and stuff came. So they made Earthspark, I guess, is kind of like to satisfy those G1ers after all those decades of crying.
Yeah, I guess I kind of hope it isn't a sequel to G1, and it probably isn't. I think you're just looking a little too deep into it.
I probably am. Or at least I read deep into like what the fans are hoping it is or imagine it is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Moving on to, is that Victory? Or
No, that's Beast Wars Neo.
oh, okay. These are the Beast Wars spinoffs right here, right? Both of these.
That one is Beast Wars Neo, and I think Victory's the one right next to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is Victory. Okay. So we have Beast Wars Neo as a as an anime as an anime spin-off of Beast Wars from the late 90s in Japan. Um I guess again, I just think it's okay. I like the idea that it's Jesus, it's a spin off. It's a speed
No.
it's a speed no, why do I keep saying speed? It's a spin-off. Jesus Christ, dude. It's a spin-off of Beast Wars, and I do like how they integrate some of the characters from the original Beast Wars toy line into the show. And I like this interpretation of Starscream. And I think the idea of the leader of the Maximals, Lyle Convoy, being a lion is cool because it's a much more symbolically powerful animal as opposed to a gorilla. But of course, we know that this is Neo is supposed to be, I think, hundreds if not thousands of years later, and Primal isn't the leader of the Maximals. He's just a hero of the Maximals. It's whatever. Overall, I think it's just okay. It's good, but I haven't seen a ton of it.
And now I'm gonna embarrass you because what you just described of Lyle Convoy was Beast Wars second.
Ah, fuck. Oh god. Where's
Beast Wars Neo was with the Mammoth
okay?
Convoy. And I will
My
give
bad.
my thoughts of I put it Beast Wars Neo trying to give it credit because I like the idea of, like again, going through space to collect energy sources, which meant every episode is a different planet or a couple episodes. I like Magmatron both in design and from what I've heard of his character, where he's kind of, like he's not evil, he's just kind of a rival and, works together with the Maximals to, like stop Unicron from becoming his new body be Cybertron. I thought that's a, like again, neat ideas. And personal headcanon, I like to imagine Magmatron voiced by Garmadon.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good fit.
Yeah, so Saving Grace, the biggest one to me, Magmatron, and the premise.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So wait, if this
now
is
for Victory.
okay, so if this
Oh,
is
right.
if this is Neo, then where's Beast Wars second?
It was back down there, right in front of Kingdom.
Oh, that's what this is. Okay. Well, I totally forgot about that one. That's my bad. We'll just keep you there, buddy. But anyways, off to Victory. I think this has the best intro for Transformers. It's right up there with Animateds. I think honestly, maybe a little bit above Animateds. I just think it's super catchy, and honestly, that's the only reason I have it up this
It's
high.
only two lines of form. Well, Death Taurus is kind of cool.
Yeah, I
And
guess.
Star Saber has a pretty neat design.
Sure, but that intro is so good. It is so good.
You did it. You did it. It's Japan, so I'm not as worried about copyright.
Yeah.
You did it.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever's.
Moving up.
We have Robots in Disguise 2001. I've seen a little bit of this, and I do like it. It's, I think, the first, at least in the West here, it's the first
The
reboot.
first straight up comedy.
And,
I thought you were going to say.
well, both, but it's also the first reboot that we've got of Transformers here in the West.
Which, if the fan base considers it, it wins the award for weirdest reboot.
Yeah.
Weirdest first reboot.
Honestly, yeah. I do think it's kind of funny. I believe it's I think it's Scourge. I think it was a scene where he was like directing traffic and he chased down a guy who was speeding. And then of course we have the second coming of Christ
The
himself.
coolest shark.
Yeah,
Second, who's the coolest shark in town? Who's the coolest shark around?
Skybite, that's me. I love Skybite.
Ah.
Skybite is fucking awesome, I have to say. So yeah, that's overall my thoughts on. No, I didn't even really say my thoughts, but
Yeah, my thoughts are very crazy phenomena in the franchise. Optimus looks kind of neat. Ultra Magnus is out for blood. Skybite is great. I think Scourge is unapologetically kind of cool and the best depiction of Nemesis Prime ever. Like feels the most distinct of a character. And when I think of the G2 Optimus, I just think of Scourge. And yeah, with it's silly. I've tried to get more into it, but I think it's just the human character that was for the most part just kind of like, I could have done without. Moving along. And my opinion is I like a couple designs such as Optimus, Megatron, Starscream. Yeah, I'm gonna say Jetfire, especially for the space shuttle. In case I didn't mention it, the version of the intro where just the credits is very good. I like a lot of the ideas. I don't care for the human characters, as you said. And if I were to sum up more, yeah, there's a lot of promise, though controversial. Instead of the Beast Wars cast, they just didn't feel like they were in the zone with the Unicron trilogy. So I would have just gotten like new guys like Keith David to be Optimus. And from my one YouTube video showing that like James Remar as the Vilgax in Alien Force Ben 10, I would have had him be Megatron. And Starscream played by a guy called D. Bradley Baker, who played a lot of the aliens in Ben 10, and had Hotshot be voiced by teenager Ben 10 himself. Red Alert would be voiced by Grandpa Max. Demolisher voiced by Raph in Ben 10. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of Ben 10. And then lastly, for what was it? Oh, Jetfire. I think Mark Hamill would have been pretty cool doing the Skip's voice. Yeah, that's just my pitch. And of course, better animation and do a little bit more with the Starscream thing, but it was interesting. The first half is slow as shit. Yeah, the first beginning was short. It was only the second half where things got interesting. Nope. Yep. No, you're right. No, yeah, as in Rescue Bot's 104, G1 98, so 6 episodes off. And then my comments I try to keep up are the characters are fine, animation's okay. I think I remember most quote unquote fondly kind of enjoying the dinosaur episodes when they became dinosaurs because how'd Mr. DNA put? Oh yeah, dinosaurs. um, the uh, I mean I don't mind it. The only thing that annoys me is like to be clear, I'm not annoyed that it got 104 episodes. I'm just more like scratching my head at Hasbro, just like, really? You're gonna give Rescue Bots the most episodes of all Transformer shows? Not animated, not Beast Wars, not even G1, not even, or even I'll say it because you want me happy. Oh no, you want to be happy. Not even Transformers Prime. Like you're gonna have Rescue Bots. Seriously? Like that, and when you combine it with Rescue Bots Academy, that's like 208 episodes. It was just like, what? That just boggles my mind. I think they just do it because those cheap kids' toys just made most money. Anyway, the show itself is fine. Yeah, Prime and Rescue Bots. Kind of. Wait, I'm not. We're not at Prime yet, but like those two were the last two shows that felt like, wow, they're actually making a show. And then RD 2015 is where it was starting to feel more like, okay, we're just doing something for the Transformers community. But then I will give Earthspark, it's the first since Rescue Bots that feels like they're actually making the show, not just for Transformer fans. So kudos. Yeah. Mount Rushmore. Oh, I jokingly said Mount Rushmore. Because, 4 presidents, 4 shows. Mm. Oh yeah, my turn. I don't know. I don't know why. I guess I do. Oh yeah, just G1. season 1 is almost competently made and not too shabby. As Commode and Chem put it, season 2 was a bunch of lame filler, or not lame, memorable filler, cheesy. And I said in the thing that for people to listen, I can understand. I can let animation errors slide, but not ridiculous continuity errors. Those actually legit annoy me. Yeah, season 2 had a lot of fun highlight episodes. The Megatron Master Plan, Downbot Island, the one where they can't transform out, the Autobots can't transform out robot mode, the Optimus Prime Imposter. Da, 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 da. The the uh the one where it introduced in Stunticons and the one says, I'm Ronald Ryder and I want to bust a nut. and, and then but I think of one more. Oh yeah, the one where the gold lake, those. But too many characters, which means they're not all getting fleshed out. And like, other than G1 fans, who the fuck remembers Windcharger or Trailbreaker? Yeah, no. Huffer, and like, even if they're not bad characters, you can still kind of feel like, is there Sunstreaker and stuff, or Blue Streak is just like Grapple. It's just like they're only kind of reflector. They're only known for G1, but then after that, just kind of like you only see them as like a fan service novelty and rarely ever get fleshed out. And then season 3 is actually not as bad as some people say it is, but I do agree that like Rodimus Prime in particular and the animation took a huge step down. But I did enjoy a couple episodes like Galvatron absolutely insane and Grimlock being smart and Optimus Prime coming back as a zombie. I actually thought those episodes were pretty good. Maybe it's because those are the only ones I've seen that I'm more positive. And you had the G.I. Joe cameo in one episode where they become humans long before animated did. And season 4, embarrassing. That's all comment. 3 episodes for a season. How embarrassing.
Now we get on to the really good stuff. We have
Which I'm pretty sure some people wouldn't be shocked that it's that high on our end.
I think a lot of people would be shocked if it was that high. I think on average it would probably be more like a high C or a low C on average. But we both do.
Yeah.
But anyway, B2B, the third show in the in America, in the West, the third show in the U.S. possibility, and a direct sequel to B2B. I think it's the show that has the best message overall, aside from maybe animated. Um, the message being extremism is the key of the concept. Not too much one way, not too much the other. Right down the middle, see both sides, but take best elements of both sides to cover it. I think that's a really good question to learn. It's probably the most solid transformation because, as far as I know, the whole show was planned start to end before even ending, or at least most of it.
Yeah, like probably still 2 seasons apart, but overall, I guess when you consider season 2 aired in Canada just like a few weeks after season 1, I guess that kind of implies season 2 and 1 must have been made at the same time. They just aired in America separate. So you're right.
I do think it has some pretty big problems, more so with characterization and the character design. That's what that was problem. No, not really. It is good. The characters are a big problem with the show. A good chunk of them do not physically resemble their past incarnations, but yes, because they are copies of Taylor. But if that wasn't enough, a lot of them don't act the same. I think most specifically with Laser Bolt, Rat Trap, it goes into more specifics. Tidor, you could argue, includes the character growth from Eastwood, and with Black Flash, you could say that it's simply desperation to find her long lost love, Silver Knight. But I do think this show has a pretty good version of Megatron. I like, despite it just being kind of boring, in that we could have done more with it, I do like the idea of Megatron being a big bad, him completely taking over Megatron, with the only force at the point of threat to him are these two inorganic masters. When you only half a dozen, as compared to
7. The largest number was 7. So yeah.
so point being, I genuinely just like that presentation. And overall, I think it has some problems, very glaring problems that disrupt what I love about it. Eastwood, but I do think it is a very solid show, and I do think if you watch Eastwood, you should watch Eastwood.
And then my comments are I love the music, I love the message. As you said, character designs are one of the few legit negatives. Viacons, I think, look good though. They make controversial decisions. I miss the days when the franchise was trying to be all like ambitiously different. Even if this went too different, I still condone going ambitiously different or just doing the same stuff over and over. It was definitely a relic of its time. It was ahead of its time on a lot of stuff, like each episode connected. Um, there's no one like for. I do love the Megatron, and I don't believe it's out of character. And I think you and most watching already know because I messaged you on a few videos on TJ Omega where I was saying like, no, I think I mean the part about hating organics is out of place, but the idea of wanting everyone under control, no. After what he went through in Beast Wars, I totally believe it, and I do think it's progression or understandable change of his character. And I used to be more obsessed with it, but nowadays I accept the idea like, it's not as Messiah as I thought, even if it thinks it, even if it presents itself as, and I fell for it. Good continuation though. Nowadays, I'm still like, if people give petitions of a season 4 of Beast Wars, I'm open. I'm open. Oh, and no Dinobot. Oh yeah, and no Dinobot. No Dinobot.
I'm not too upset over the fact that Dinobot isn't well, you know what, I should probably explain why. I'm glad he isn't because I don't think they would have done anything due to what happened to him at the end of the original show. He had died, came back, and the show, they got some of his back. At the very end of his life, he rebelled against Megatron, and was given the natural Megatron, and then he died in another place. Now, I don't think they would have been smart really done a lot of that, because I don't think they would have done anything differently with the future. Despite the show being well written and being pretty out of pocket too, it is okay. I don't think that's a bad or a bad thing. But I don't think Dinobot would have been as compelling as he could have been. I think he would have just been a carbon copy of the original Dinobot. He would have had the same mindset, the same kind of morale, he would have sounded the same, carried himself the same. I don't think he would have been an individual player. And that would have been the only way I would have allowed Dinobot to come back if the only way I would have allowed Dinobot to have been in the team was if they had done something really different with Dinobot as a partner. That's just how I feel.
And do you mind if I share the link to the live chat? Like, on there's still the Papa Plane Discord at least, where it's like maybe I can share the link to this video to see if people will watch. And Alex Lemons is the other guy watching, as I predicted. It says here he put, and now for some obscure French folklore: if you drink 3 glasses of milk and place 3 cat whiskers underneath your pillow before bedtime, a goblin will tickle the underside of your balls. Okay. Good.
I gotta find
Yeah, good to know. Oh, I will admit I didn't see they left comments, so I sent it to him on Discord, and I realized, oh shoot, that's embarrassing.
Hello,
Oops.
Alex Lemon. Alex Lemon. It is good to have you here. I am not familiar with you, sorry. But if you are still here, I believe you are. Welcome. And get back to last
Yeah. I just sent it on the Papa Plane TF shows, and we could send. Well, anyway, we can keep moving while so we get to the actual. We're close to reaching the actual topic of the video. We're just, I guess, in case Alice wasn't fully listening or anyone else, we're doing this because last time we were doing a tier list, we realized we could have done the tier list for the show, so we're making up for it. At least it's finished this time. Yeah. Next, let's just not do Beast Wars because Beast Wars, we're gonna go into it anyway, so we'll just save our thoughts and stop at animated. The greatest of all.
Yes. For the longest time, and it still kind of teeters now and again, but as of now, it isn't anymore. It used to be my favorite Transformers show of all time, and it was the first one I ever watched all the way through. Way back in the summer of 2014, I like the style of animation. It looks expensive, it looks well made for the most part, and I love the cinematography. And I should note that in previous shows, I also really like the cinematography, such as in the first part, I think the fight scene anyway, at the time, I love the backstory of the war and of the overall continuity. I love the idea of Primus and Unicron battling one subject against the first time created. They defeated Unicron. They vanquished him from that one galaxy. They again until Unicron occurred. And that dynamic kind of mirrors the dynamic between Optimus and Megatron. They were both also brothers in arms. They both cared about each other, but they were always capable of fun. And I that's the biggest part of the show that I really like. It's Megatron and Optimus. Those two together, I think it's cool. I genuinely love their dynamic. Everything else is okay. I don't really care about the human characters. It's got a buttload of plot holes, and season 3 was racist. It just felt like a rehash of season 2, and that's pretty much all I really got to say.
And the Predacons, we only got one, and then the movie we got 2 others, but in the toy line it promoted so much more. But even though I understand because of I'm kind of doing my thoughts alongside yours on this one to say the toys promoted it as a bigger deal, but then what we actually got was not living up to, underwhelming. And as a kid at the time, I can say that I was underwhelmed when I saw all those cool toys on the shelf, and then the show we only had 3 at most. That was pretty lame. The only comment that's new for you and I guess the viewers, because I believe there will be more. There will be at least one more. I am because of that friend just rewatching Prime and just finished it today and told me 10 out of 10 best show ever because she's not as into the franchise. Oh, I'll admit, my guy, I'll admit, it's begrudging. Yes, dude, there are, of course, the things in Prime I fuck with, and yeah, I really do fuck with them. Megatron has his highlights. I like Knockout. I like Agent Fowler a lot. Ratchet, no animated Ratchet to me, but still the second best Ratchet. And the voice actor's good. Dreadwing is awesome. The Starscream clone episodes and that one moment with the clones is freaking awesome. The episode with the zombies is awesome. Except for that one part where Arachnid, is built up is like she's going to attack and Soundwave sends her. It's like funny, but it's also kind of like anticlimactic, because like they could have done more with that. They just kind of left it open but didn't resolve it. And then to try to wrap up, as one person said, like, thinking the show itself, had a good ending, but then the movie kind of a little bit negates from the way the show ended because, like in the more rehashes. But if they handled the movie a bit better, I probably would have let it slide more. But like, yeah, point is there's still things in Prime I fuck with, like the stuff I just said in Wheeljack. Still not big on Smokescreen though, I admit. But in rewatching a few episodes, I'm like, yeah, I like it. I'm bipolar on it.
Anyways, moving on to the last show that we will discuss before we get into the last animated. In 2007, back in shooting from the winter of 2007 to was it spring or summer 2009?
Spring 2009. Yep.
Overall, had these years never came out, or had the show just been way worse than it actually was, this would be the best Disney.
Yep.
Every single main character, even some of the even a lot of the side characters, have very interesting backstories. They each have their own quirks. They each have their own personality. They each are individualistic. They all have their own ways in which to handle a situation. They all don't just punch it, shoot it like they do in Spawn. Bulkhead, who used his, I told I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say all I think it has the best version of Megatron, the best version of Starscream, two funny side characters that are down, Blitzwing, the crazy one, and Lugnut, who is the really oily one, and then I think it has the most... What?
I said Lugnut soup.
Yeah. He's a Megatron. And then, I think it has the most tragic version of Black Arachnia that became one so far. I'm going to keep that.
And yeah, I was gonna say, let's say 2.5.
I think it has the best version of Megatron because his agenda is the driving force of the show. The choices that characters have made, the decisions they make, actually come to us too, rather than
Mhm.
it just being written like it is in other shows.
Oh yeah, let me get up. I'm gonna put this on another thing that I can't stand in Prime. The whole every single goddamn artifact is on Earth. I can handle one or two, but when literally every goddamn important artifact ended up on Earth, I'm like, what are the fucking odds?
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous that every single
That's all.
I think they may have mentioned that there was, I thought there was a line from Alpha Small that like he predicted that the Autobots would go at the tail end of the war and he was going to see these
Mm.
Autobots. I can't. But anyway,
That still kind of sounds silly to me, but anyway.
yeah, it's not. Yeah, whether or not it was
Anyway,
Animated overall, because I don't want to get too much on it. Overall, very good. I think it's the best interpretation.
reboot.
Yeah, I think it's the best reboot. I was going to say interpretation of that's all the reboots. Yeah, it's the best reboot. It's very well animated. The fights are well choreographed. Each character is unique in terms of their fighting style, and their personality, and backstory. A lot of them develop honestly behind 45 of them they all together by the end of the show. Some of them make it, some of them don't. And it's very well written. And good show in general.
Maybe one day we can do every animated episode, but just not today. Not this time around. Yeah. And then, and to say my brief thoughts. For me, the GOAT, love it. Love Blitzwing, love Lockdown, love Megatron, love the main Autobots, love Sorry, love Sumdac, love Fanzone, love. I'm as upset with. I'm in my own way obsessed with it, even though Keen Carlisle is the way more successful obsessed fan. I am. He actually, yeah, he also achieved way more than me. So, yep. but great show, and no one can tell me otherwise. Is my favorite, and I go back and forth on saying, like I said, Red Squads was the last show to feel like a show. Prime was the last show we've had that felt competently made, and then I consider Animated our last great show. In fact, I even point out like the ambitiousness of Prime in its budget and stakes. Even though I do like the stakes, that is what made Hasbro lose some money to make their shows be cheap. At least that's my theory.
I don't know how much money they lost on the climate thing. I don't know if the storyline.
I think it was mostly Chris. No, I almost said Chris Farley. Chris McFeely. I can't believe I said Chris Farley. Chris McFeely said that it was like the Battleship movie underperforming, but I think it's still like the budget being 65 million basically, because each episode was 61. No, each episode was 1 million. I believe that played a part in Hasbro just didn't want to do something as expensive anymore, so that's why RAD and Cyberverse felt low budget, and the Prime Wars trilogy and etc. Anyway, Love Animated is the GOAT. It's the GOAT. Bet. Um,
Now, if you could,
this is going to be juicy.
if you could, my friend, send me the link to the tier list page. I can think of it.
Oh, I will tell you what Alex Lemons left as a comment because I'm seeing what he's put. He said, "Would any of you guys fancy a new TF anime?" For me, I'm gonna say sure, as long as it gets like a good dub, and like you better give me a bustin' intro like the old G1 intros like Victory. I won't take any stupid Transformago. I want good animation. I would want it to be like, I guess, you're going to wet your pants 65 because I'm saying might as well do Attack on Titan animation.
I was thinking more Demon Slayer if they were.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think Demon
I would want it to be creatively. Oh, sorry. You're there.
I think Demon Slayer would work
What?
better in those two, only because Demon Slayer is much more colorful. And it's just much more vibrant, which I think is important to have Transformers characters that they're all pretty brightly colored. You've got the sharp blues and reds on top of or the gold and the brown mixed with the blue Dinobot, or the mint green and the purple and dark green with tarantula. I just think this is going to be the more colorful show. Again, just to give my overall answer, I would like it if, one, they had very good animation, such as the Portables, because a really good English dub, and I do prefer English dub, but I don't use sub. Um, and I would want the show to be played. As in, I wouldn't want it to be
Yeah.
made on the go. I want a concise story. I want
Like a 3-season. Well, considering the fact that we were always cursed with 3 seasons, you might as well just be confident imagining just 3 seasons or just 2 seasons.
yeah, I put it
I guess it also asks for. Ha ha ha.
I would ask for 4 seasons if I could. I want it to be grounded. As it, it's not gonna, you can't really have it done. I would.
Not always.
I wouldn't want it to be super grim, like the work of Cyberpunk trilogy or the work of Cyberpunk honestly, I think a Beast Wars anime would be pretty cool.
I like how you just said a Beast Wars anime would be cool when it's like, what we got? You mean a new Beast Wars anime?
Yeah, I think with better animation, but I do know of Beast Wars.
We literally just talked about them.
I know of them.
But yeah, and I was gonna say one more comment about the Transformers anime. It's gonna be controversial, but I don't care. I want it to be wild, not like Beast Machines wild, but considering how we've been in the last, what would you say, the last like at least 10 years, maybe a little less, a little more, or again just the G1 nostalgia and just being like G1 has gotten annoying to me. I would want this. They probably do some G1, but I would want like, here's what I want: the tone, the lighting style, dark tone of Prime, the personality of animated in Beast Wars, and the designs kind of like the Unicron trilogy, especially Cybertron, with a bit of live action movie, I guess. But I would want especially like Unicron trilogy style looks, but modernized. And I would want it to be like gritty like Prime, but more personality of like the animated characters and Beast Wars characters. And I would want it to be ballsy in terms of saying just like, yeah, I think anyone that would be watching knows what I mean. I want it to be ballsy, to be like, no, fuck that. No, we're gonna be crazy. We're gonna do stuff that would make the internet, like G1ers be like, you're not supposed to do that. And then you have people like TJ Omega who would probably be more like up for it.
I think it's something new, something completely new, storyline, how maybe even new characters. Like when I say a Beast Wars anime, I mean it twofold. One, I think a Beast Wars reboot would be cool. And two, I mean Beast Wars as in something completely new, completely different. Brand new characters, a brand new setting, brand new faction, and a brand new concept. If it can be tied into
Yeah.
the universe, cool, sure. But I would prefer something in its own little bubble.
Yeah, and if we were to do something different, what my new different idea would be? Because I thought of it some time ago, and Alex watching, you can say your Mets about it. I would have a show where Starscream is already Decepticon leader, where it's like, like it's mentioned that Megatron, like after so long starts just like, I bet I could be leader. I bet Megatron just like, you know what, fuck that. You want to be leader? Okay, be leader. So we would have Starscream occasionally asking Megatron for advice, and then just Megatron giving like a smart ass, just kind of like. I know it sounds comedic, but I would think it'd be funny to see Starscream sometimes like having trouble, and Megatron in the background just like, "What do we do?" Remember, like when we get to that one episode of Beast Wars with Pterosaur, like, "You allow me to leave?" And it was like he did that just to prove that he couldn't do it. Yeah, I would want the whole show to do an idea like that, where it's like, let's just see Starscream already leader trying to do stuff, and then you have Megatron, just sitting there, just like, what'd I tell you?
But I think the idea, if Megatron did do that, but then it's going to backfire as if Starscream actually needs to be more competent than he thought, and he's actually making progress. I think that'd be a cool idea of like Megatron being down, but he meant it more jokingly, just to prove that Starscream did it. But then he just underestimated Starscream, and he went the other Megatron actually got mentally tired. Then Megatron actually gets like maybe afraid or ecstatic. Like, like, oh, I'm not
It would become Megatron doing what Starscream normally does. So that I think that's an example of something where I'm like, let's do something different, and I think that would be a clever. Because in Earthspark, having Megatron be good is nice, but I'm kind of like, we already saw that, and they're just taking that from IDW. The only credit is the fact that this is the first time in television they're doing it. Anyway, not a bad question. Not a bad question, Alex. I like that question.
As for us here, if they do start to answer more questions, I think we should make it more short and concise because currently we've been waiting for 77 minutes.
Almost as long as Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah,
We'd be at near the end.
we'd be about halfway through the anyways, actually, probably be just whatever. But if you could please send me the link to the East Coast episode, and then we can get that.
Yeah. And then the joke of I tell you just like, oh, give me a minute. 5 hours later. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Currently 5:07 for us here. And
Yep.
I don't want to push it any later than
Fair enough.
about 3 hours.
Well, kind of some. Fair enough. So now we get to the actual, like, you could put after the video, like, if there's watching after the stream, you can just have, say, like, if you want to get to the actual, like, when we start ranking the episodes, just go to this timestamp. Also, I want to recommend we do our own kind of, like, we add a little spin. Like, the top tier I might be able to just say, like, let's just leave it at that because that's pretty funny. I think we try for a moment to see if we could come up with funny names for each tier. I think we should dedicate a whole tier to go with the flow. As a joke of just like,
I think we're both in agreement that this is
I know, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for the tier ranking. Yeah. Here's what I say. How about like what should we call that? My petition for calling the go with the flow tier go to hell. No, I'm just kidding. Not go to hell. Maybe not dark glass. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. How about like something's? How about a title that's similar to like the when Megatron said, "This is most humiliating defeat of my entire career," or just put Rhino Anus. We could call it that. For simplicity's sake, let's just say, yeah, Rhino Anus tier is dedicated to one special episode. And see if you can make it brown, just to add more to the fucking. I don't know if brown's an option, so maybe like dark orange.
Is that how you spell that, by the way?
Or Angus.
So now we have the one piece above it.
We should put like a comment of. I'm trying to think.
I was thinking,
What?
a couple of fine lessons from Aftermath.
Yeah, sure, yeah, I like that. And I guess at the end, the way we'll conclude the video is giving our like overall on a like kind of summary, I guess. Yeah.
I want to change this to most humiliating
Oh, sure. Defeated my entire career. Yeah. And I'll admit, while you're doing that, what I've been doing is messing around with my Legacy Magmatron. Yep. Keep short. Again, very cool toy. I love it, or really like it. I would even say it's. I'm usually crazy for preferring the original Beast Wars toys, but in this case, I think this is probably better than the original Neo figure. But for the only thing I have to really gripe about is the fact that you gotta make his gun be his belly. And I don't know how many who have this figure relate, but it's a fucking pain. You like every time you get pegged in one side, then suddenly like it's not pegged in the other side, and it's like it takes like 20 some times to get it right, and that's the only thing that legit pisses me off. It makes me hesitant to transform. Other than that, awesome. I would give it a 9.5 out of 10. It's just that goddamn fucking thing with the belly that just makes it like, which I'm guessing you have with at least one or two of your masterpieces. That there's one part transferring, you're just like, you motherfucker.
Anyway, what's the name of the other four? I already have the top one.
Oh, that's what you're calling the top one?
Yeah. You can name it if you want, but I want to.
Oh, I'm looking here at. Oh wait, I'm looking here at some comments. Just put Code Hero at the top already. No. What's Code of Hero? I don't know any Code of Hero. James Gunn. That might be a name you know, but unfortunately, I'm not an expert on that. Wait. I think he's a writer for. I would have to look that up later, or I'll look it up while we start this. Beast Wars Megatron sucks as a babysitter for early hominids. Yes. How about Cryotech's understudy? Huh? Not bad.
I was thinking more so we would do most for the name of the series, but we can change that if we
Yeah. It would be if he wants, but I think he might have been joking in terming of that. I think from the Tempest Fury, the spark ignites.
I think we should have that. What would you say? Second to the top?
Second from the top so far. And I need one moment because my dog is barking like shit. So I need to get her to stop barking. But just keep going and keep the comments occupied. I'll be right back.
Hello, commenters. All three of you. You are all trying to make another station. What I do for the voice I
I'll just say what a special other friend said. You know him as Jaden. Alex doesn't know this. I would have Mr. Freeze from Batman the Animated Series voice Cryotech. Also, Alex gave his comment on. I said, if Tiger Hawk to have a different voice, how about Kevin Conroy of Batman Animated Series?
well, no, I'm not going to say that. I think that would be a bad idea. In the middle of the road, as I am,
Yeah.
let's see. We have two more.
Yeah.
We need more people.
We could try to just take some down because honestly, what we have is a best and worst, and then like have after that be what was I gonna say? I was saying we could just take one or two off, or let's just take one off because like I don't know. I'm feeling we have best, worst, great, mid, and then like I don't know if we could maybe. Oh, fine. We'll do one more.
I was thinking 5 would be perfect for the amount of 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have the absolute best, the absolute worst, you have really good, and then you have middle of the road being stuff like
yeah.
so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what we should
We could remove fantastic.
no. And then honestly probably get rid of this one too, right?
Yeah. And then last bit is my OCD wants it to be different colors for each tier because I have OCD in terms of I don't like if a tier list has the same color.
Maybe this one is brown. And then let's do this one to
I'm gonna brown.
how about that? We're gonna give it a shot.
Sure. Yeah, like purple. Oh yeah, because for the character. Nice touch.
And of course we have this one
Oh yeah, Alex Lemon brought up a good point with choosing who voiced Cryotech. We would have to choose a Canadian actor. Shit. Well, we're biased. We only go for American. No, I'm just kidding. It would be like we're biased for we're not too familiar. Though I know what he's talking about because you know, like the Beast Wars cast generally, you'll see them in the same stuff for the most part, and they're all made in. It's like the voice acting's always made in Canada, which is part of the reason why for the War for Cybertron trilogy you couldn't have, unfortunately, Peter Cullen, Frank Welker, Gary Chalk, and David Kay because one's an American, one's a Canadian, so it would probably be it would be similar to the Ninja Turtles movie, Turtles Forever, where it was a whole problem with union.
but for Wildcat, do you think I don't know why. I think it's
Uh-oh. Alex says that I forgot to mention I can't hear you coming in hushed and muffled. Oh fuck. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm trying to talk now. Yeah, my voice is muffled a bit.
It's probably on my end.
Or it's my Wi-Fi.
Is it your Wi-Fi? Did you hear yourself
The
earlier?
awkwardness is now that I can hear you. The awkwardness is now I understand the whole voice problem with the out of link.
I don't want to have to restart.
Oh wait, no. It says here that um so Alice can hear me but not you.
Oh, that's kind of weird. Hello, hello, hello.
Is that what you meant, Alex?
So, okay, so if you can hear me, I'm the guy who's running the show right now. So you can't hear me, but you can hear you. Oh, better. Okay. It might have been because
He just said better thumbs up.
yeah, no, I'm on YouTube right now for the stream. So I was looking trying to edit stuff. Okay, so
Yeah.
I sound good like this then because I have the mic pretty much pressed up against my cheek, right next to my mouth.
That it's gonna get some saliva on there.
Oh. Yeah. If you could, Alex, if you could tell me, so this sounds good, right? Yes? No? Maybe so?
Yes.
Okay, just wondering what the deal was.
I'll wait.
I think
I was just wondering what the deal was with that. Okay.
okay. I think we're good now. I think we're fine. If you could though, pay attention if he says like, "Oh, I can't hear you now." But either way, I think we're
He said, "Nah, I hear." He said, "Nah, I hear you." So that means we're set.
okay, we're good. I appreciate you, Alex, for saying that. I just want to make sure that any other audience members
And I guess,
could.
even though you said we'll keep it at 3 hours, but I guess if any other people, like Alex is doing with Q&A, I think it's fair to answer those questions until we maybe when we finish, see if there's any last questions, and then we call it.
No, I'm fine. With that. I just think we need to keep ourselves under wraps so we don't go into another like 5 or 10 minute
Yeah.
tangent. Like we should just try to avoid tangents. But either way, I think we should start. And we're gonna go in chronological order, starting with.
Be funny for the subscribers to be like, do a drinking game every time we get off topic. They'll be really fucking drunk.
They'll be fucked up by the end of the night. But anyway, let me do this. Actually, this might help. Oh, it's already on. Anyways, okay. So we'll start season 1, episode 1, Eastward, part 1. Overall, and again, I was thinking it would be an unspoken idea that once we rank them, we don't go into tangents either. We give our we go in depth with a really good episode. Is what I was thinking, like we did with the class.
Yeah, but I will say a little trivia if relevant to the show or the episode.
No, that works. And I do have the IMDb page open up right here. So we can go and see.
Yeah.
Anyways, Beast Wars episode 1. I say it's an okay starting point for Beast Wars. It's specific enough to the point where you can tell the space transformers, but it's also vague enough to where it's a clean slate and we're not tied down to anything. So the skies are a limit, sort of thing. So I would say it's a really good episode, a solid 6 out of 10.
I would say the beast is the limit. Huh?
No, I'm not even going to reciprocate you with that one. I'm not going to give you any credit. But no, what would you say though? What do you think of that?
Really good, very good introduction. Only nitpick, even though we have to understand the budget. And of course, this got redeemed with, Dawn of Futures Past BotCon story where we got to see like designs. You know how in like the beginning, like you see the robot mode heads, and then they have like barely visible like other, like parts of their bodies because they didn't want to show too much because of limitations.
Right?
I would have, if Beast Wars got, like remade, I would want the first episode to show their BotCon pre-Beast Mode designs in the opening. So it's like, like fits in terms of like, I don't know the right words, just if it, because the way it's shown in the show just felt to me like kind of, that's one of the only few moments where it feels very like, man, were they on a budget?
Yeah.
Versus if it was animated, then they would have been able to do whatever the fuck they want.
Oh yeah.
Other than that, and you know what? I don't mind the fact that it opens, open it like not quite sure what's going on, because I mean, deep down, I would have liked to have had like a premiere with Theft of the Golden Disc, kind of like as a precursor movie, but it is what it is. And best line, if we could, we can say best line from each episode. And for me, it's like a treacherous, underhanded sneak attack. Ho ho ho! I like you, pussycat. Yes.
I guess I don't know if I'm gonna do that. Every single episode, my favorite quote. I guess it would probably be. I we need to see that thing playing Galactus. Playing Galactus quote is never my favorite thing. Either that or be an idiot with a competent leader. Kind of like
Yeah.
overall, I guess we should say probably the Sparky Knight.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Right?
I don't have too much to say about the second episode other than just it's good. So we can just
I'd say this one probably same here. Or is it a little lower?
yeah, that's fine. Highlight was of course the fight with Dinobot and Optimus, and what they say to each other was really great.
Yeah.
And the first moments of Rattrap and Dinobot's argument. Says who? That's right. Says me. You want to question my orders one more time? I like how Primer. Yeah, I like my attitude with Primal is just like, hey, respect. You don't take any bullshit.
And that's something that I like over Primal over Prime is that he feels more human. Or at least Optimus in later iterations. I think G1 Optimus is probably, in terms of personality, the best Optimus, aside from maybe animated. But either way.
And now Alex brings up a good point. What's overlooked about Beast Wars? The diversity of eye color. It isn't like G1 where good guys, blue eyes, bad guys, red, which was also something in animated. Like anyone could have any eye color. Yeah. He's right.
See, I'm trying to think of the original, at least of the original 5 Maximals, they all had red eyes except for Cheetah. And then for
Yeah, he had yellow eyes.
and then for the 2 Maximals later on in season 1, Tigatron had red eyes. I'm talking about Robot Red solely. But even Beast Mode, they all were pretty diverse. Dinobots were white, black, Steelers were green, Ratcats were black and white, and all that jazz. And then I think Air Racer, honestly, in Robot Mode probably had the best first most it was like a weird steelish green. Yeah, no, he's right. But anyways,
Yeah.
on to episode 3, the web. Honestly, it's just total filler. It doesn't really need
A few flying lessons wouldn't hurt.
yeah. And then we had
A little bit of, I would say what Rat Trap does is the most memorable, but yeah, it's probably the Beast Wars episode other than Go to the Flow. Go to the Flow. Go to the Flow. I don't, it's the episode I've seen the least, least gone back to.
yeah. The flow, that sounds like a car wash that you see at
Okay.
like on a highway. Oh, hey, it's the flow. Yeah, I know that my car can do. Anyway,
Anyway.
um, again, I probably put this.
I would be willing to put it higher than the web because I remember some entertaining bits like, Pterosaur and Dinobot with, what are you doing? We're partners.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm not a team player, but he's busting down the
Yeah, so for that, I think it deserves to go higher because there are a few more memorable bits.
Is it weird that the escape hatch in the Axelon, when it's used, it makes the sound effect of a
Funny. It's for funny.
It's funny, I just think it's fucking weird. But anyways, I suppose the dynamic Dinobot and Primal's interaction in this episode, I would say, should have been the way they're talking, like, your eagerness to defeat Megatron's pounding your judgment. You're at war, Optimus. I think your judgment is the only one that's clouded. I think that's cool. But then,
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that we had two Cheetor-centric episodes back to back. They just put them together because they were just like, get them over with.
I suppose those are the only episodes that are really Cheetor-centric up until season 3, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess they just were like, get the kid character out of the way. So I guess kudos for the fact they're just like, even though it's two Cheetor episodes at the same time, it's just like, just get them over with so we can get to the good stuff.
Now, episode 5, Chain of Command. Again, I think this is actually a pretty good episode. I do like it. The dynamics between Rat Trap and Dinobot are. This is where it really starts. Dinobot for leadership, and I like the differences.
One vote for Rat Trap. One vote for no vote for Rat Trap.
And another vote for what? Which one did you vote for the con?
And I think Alex would agree with the funny joke. Plot twist, it was Rat Trap.
Yeah, who do you think voted for Rat Trap? I'm sorry, for
Logically, probably Cheetor.
yeah, I think it would have been either Cheetor and Clark. Yeah, no, I'm gonna vote for him, so I could have beat my ass if you
Or just felt like Dinobot, being more tough. And Cheetor at the time was more about tough going into action.
Yeah. But overall, I would put and it's also the episode that introduced the idea of the monk. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was that was episode 2, because that's when they first see signs of animal life. So never mind.
Well, yeah, I would definitely put it in either I Am the Plan or even Spark Ignites.
I was thinking Spark Ignites. It's also just a fun episode overall. But now,
Completely agree.
we have Power Struggle, episode 6. I think overall, it's just most of these episodes are just okay. But I think that's the worst Beast Wars gets, is just okay.
Yeah.
I do like this episode focusing a little bit more on the Predacons. It does focus a little bit more on what they're up to as opposed to them just scheming in an accident reaction to it. We see conflict between them for the first time. And I just think it's interesting, but it doesn't go anywhere because it's just the starting of the beating of a dead horse, really.
Wait a minute. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, wait. Yeah. I forgot for a moment what episode 6 was, and I realized, it's the one with Pterosaur getting off.
I would personally put it
Yeah.
as flying lessons. I don't know if you have a counter argument.
I put it above the web, but I'm okay with it being there.
Okay, I was thinking. I'll tell you what. We'll rank each one. We'll just put them in slots. The slots that we think, and then once we're done, then we'll reorganize it. Saying, no, I think King of Command is better than episode 2, but worse than episode 1. That kind of thing. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will put that one at Fairfield. Episode 7, Fallen Comrades. The first episode that introduces a new character, that being Black Arachne, the factional baseball manager for Predacon. And it's the.
Tigertron, actually.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking of Double Jeopardy.
Double Jeopardy.
That's my bad. I jumped ahead one episode. Fallen Comrades is the seventh episode. Yeah, the seventh episode that introduces. My bad. We see basically a big chase following with. I do like the episode. I like the interaction between Dinobot and Megatron at the tail of the episode, with Megatron trying a more peaceful route to getting Dinobot to come back to the side, only for it to fail. And I do like the reveal of Tigatron as he's one of the Tigers at the very end.
Yeah.
So I would put this.
One of my favorite bits is Dinobot being logical. And I like the bit where, like the sensor guns, like shoot tarantulas, but then for Scorpio, he's trying to hold still and then he gets nervous. Boom! Come on, join us. What do you have to say? Eat slag!
Vaporizer. I do find it funny. They both shoot Dinobot. It's the way his body just kind of goes flat at the bottom of the ship. I think it's that. He just flies. He ragdolls throughout the air. He just slaps. I would put this episode as I am the crab.
Fair enough placement. Double Jeopardy, I would argue, should go in Spark Ignites because that was very enjoyable.
It was more of an espionage episode because Brad basically breaking and entering
Only probably a coincidence, but the first Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise did come out the same year, so I'm not saying there is a parallel, just a coincidence of that. Sure.
Moving on, we have build a better. We have a better extract. Again, another espionage episode from Rat Trap. Again, like what they did with.
Oh yeah, and that's 2 Rat Trap episodes back to back. They did that with Cheetor too.
That's what I'm gonna say. So I think this was a really enjoyable episode. Rat Trap once kind of taking responsibility and accountability for something, and he tries to backpedal in order to, I guess, compensate for his mistakes. So again, honestly, I probably put this in like a 9.
Yeah. I would put it lower, but yeah. And then finally, Alex left a question that I'm gonna answer. Okay, it was by the way, you guys get the sense that Primal, Rhinox, and Retro have already seen some action even before the show. Yeah, I do. I do feel like they had some history together.
Primal, Rhinox, and Retro.
Yeah. Because Cheetor was the rookie at the time.
Right. Hang on,
I was earlier having some corn dogs. Well, corn dog bites. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty hungry. Oh, God damn. But yeah, no, I've always got the sense that Rat Trap, Rhinox, and Primal had seen conflict before. Maybe not so much that there was a war, but maybe they were, well, they probably had some sort of formal military training. At least Ratchet, because I don't imagine him gaining skills in espionage and demolition just for the hell of it. So I always imagined that Ratchet was actually a maximal spy, and that maybe he had sort of retired from that role just to become an explorer. But of course, he still retained those skills. Because you can teach yourself to get this. And then Rhinox, I always envisioned him more so as like a security guard, and um, and then Primal was like an actual, I guess, quote unquote, on the front lines kind of thing. I say soldier, but I don't think there really was a war. There may have been some scuffling, like how there is in modern day America. There's like a lot of protests and stuff like that. So I'd imagine he may have seen into the action there, and then why not see that? That's how they do. But I don't think there's any like actual big scale war. But I think that'd be a cool idea if that was presented at all. That there was a civil war between civil war between Ratchet between Ratchet and Dinobot. I meant between Maximus and Predacon. So I don't know how you feel.
I'm not as big on that, but I'm still open to getting anything we can for the before the events of the show.
Uh-huh. I think again, you know.
No. Rat Trap. Well, imagine if we could have a GIF of Rat Trap eating cheese to go with those sound effects. Nom, nom, nom. Like, please stand by.
Hang in there, baby. On to episode 10, then of Warfare. Again, this is an episode I really do enjoy. I would say,
Oh yeah.
oh, and by the way, so I wanted to say, what I would, really great episodes, it would be another middle ground. So if I say, this goes in, this tier, no, actually this tier, but we set up this tier. So if you think, if you were saying heard about an announcement, you would get no one. So where would you put this on?
Oh, I just meant compared to Double Jeopardy go lower, but I'm still okay with that placement.
I just wanted to make sure. I don't want my opinion to sound
We'll balance our opinions to make the list, even. I think we're going to agree on most of them.
Yeah, I got
Though I know that there's, I'm going to tease a certain special episode. Of course, we're going to agree. One of us is going to put worst. One of us is going to put best. I'm being sarcastic.
better than me. But
Eh,
Guerrilla Warfare, I think it's a really good episode. I like the interaction between Ratchet, Dinobot, and Primal. They both butt heads in terms of ways to solve problems. Maintain peace and resolve conflicts. Primal is more of a pacifist, while Dinobot is more hot-headed and eager to do it. But then slowly over the course of the episode, how do I keep saying Ratchet? Ratchet. Get out of my head. Dinobot eventually comes to realize that maybe jumping in head first isn't always the smartest idea. And then with that being said, I honestly think with that idea in mind, I think this episode could have came out before Fallen Comrade, which would make Dinobot's realization of that very thing more fitting.
my buddy, sorry to cut you off, but my buddy Jaden mentioned he started watching, and he pointed out that your voice went faint again.
Oh my god, okay. Hang on, give us a second. Audience?
Is your voice still close to the mic?
Yeah. At least it was. Audience, tell me. Audience, do I sound good? Except I have to literally hold it like.
Okay, that's clearer.
Okay, so I literally have to do this then. This kind of sucks. Well, I want to see if maybe there's something I can. I want to see if maybe I can change it. My mic setting so it doesn't keep doing that. Like you know what? I'm just gonna suck it up and hold it like this. Keep me updated though about that, or whether or not the audience can hear me or not. Yeah, just to sum it up again. Overall, I think Guerrilla Warfare is a really good episode. I would put that in Sparkle
Yeah, moving on.
You want move it up or down?
As in, yeah, like I overall agree with that placement of.
The probe. The episode.
Excellent. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's a really good episode, and I think it does a lot to go for Dinobot's character arc in terms of how he doesn't truly feel accepted by the Maximals, and even if they were to all be rescued, he could still be tried uh, as a predator, and that he fears that if he were to go home, he thinks he'd be put to death. I think that's really interesting. And same thing goes for Victory. Honestly, I still really like that idea. And that idea is.
And now there's 2 back-to-back episodes on almost getting home. I guess the season 1 I have just put the 2 episodes similar, just back to back.
Yeah, pretty much. And now.
Interesting choice.
Yeah. And now we have Dark Designs, the evil Rhinox episode. And this is what I was going to ask you.
Fun as hell.
Was that regarding Alex's question, who would we have to voice act Biotech? I was thinking if Richard Newman, the voice actor for Rhinox, basically did a more evil voice, do you think that'd be fitting for Biotech? Basically, if he did, I guess, his voice as quote unquote Tankor in Beast Machines, if he did that voice.
I would have accepted it, especially with limited actors.
Yeah, and I don't mean the Tankor pulverize. I mean the.
That was a different guy altogether.
I mean Beast Machines.
Yeah.
As Biotech.
I wouldn't want it to be too identical to Rhinox. I want it to be distinct enough, but I overall agree.
Yeah. I agree with you what you said. I think this is a really fun episode. The idea of Rhinox being a villain is cool, and it's unfortunately one of the very few Rhinox-centered episodes. Because as the show went on, he got less and less screen time, and I think it's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know if you agree or disagree.
Oh yeah, I was just checking your audio, to see like how good it is. It's still. Oh no, I admit the audio still. I admit it does sound pretty faint. But I was saying like, yeah, I do love the Probe and Victory. Between the two, Victory is not too, I guess, in front of the Probe, but not by much. Oh yeah, and best lines from the Probe would be, and I really don't think so. And then from Victory, the one where it's like I shall not see you again. Woohoo! Another dig.
Yeah, I love not Rhinox. I love Ratchat being a fucking smartass. I like it. I love it. But
and the part of an episode in Guerrilla Warfare, my favorite part is when you think Optimus Prime is going to give it up and let Megatron, oh yeah, I'll serve you, but instead he's just like, why not just end it here and now? Froze it on his head. I was just like, yo, Prime was going to go out with a bang. Balls.
yeah, it's just balls.
And it's like, ballsy, respect. And then from Dark Designs, so many good moments, but my favorite, Wee,
Tell me what
wee.
at the very end. He's helped me realize something about. Well, Predacons violence. Yeah, what's that? Sometimes Predacons gloat too much. And then he activates the machine so it's Rhinox back into Predacon. Okay, back into Maximum.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, I for some reason I can't. All I can say is just like almost. Oh, I my favorite part, Primal saying, "I think Megatron bit off a little more than he bargained for." Yes, look
He looks Jennifer.
that part. Was good.
I think that's the first time that the
Yeah,
in the show too.
yeah.
Yeah, moving on.
Moving.
Um, honestly, it's a fun episode, but I don't really like Double Dinobots.
How dare you?
Oh god, don't hit me, please. I have a family. But honestly, I don't.
When we're done with this light chap, where did Reed go? He was such a handsome creature.
Quite tasty. Pick me out of your teeth. Yeah, that'd be gross.
You're disgusting.
But no, honestly, um, I just think Double Dinobot is kind of a boring episode. I think the way in which Dinobot is even taken out is just kind of lame. Like, I feel like he's just kind of dumb to be lured into a cave like that and like trapped. I think Dinobot's smarter than that. I feel like he'd be the kind of guy to collapse the cave entrance, trapping Pterosaur inside. Well, no, he won't. That's not honorable. I don't think he would do that.
Some of us just have dumb days.
Are you? No, I suppose. Would you say this goes in Spark Ignites, or where would you put it?
For you, I could say I would want it at top of um I want it at top of I Am the Plan.
Okay.
As you bring up a respectable point, but I still disagree and I enjoy it.
All right, no, that's fine. Keep it there. And then we'll just reorganize the rest later in terms of what we like. The Spark, the episode that introduces Ares 11. I like this episode because it's a bit more of a different struggle than it is typically just, oh, we gotta beat the Predacons there. It's more of a, oh crap, we have to keep this individual alive. And we have to find a way to keep them online. And I think it's interesting. That's a more interesting struggle for an episode as opposed to we have to beat the Predacons there. So honestly, I would put this at, once we reorganize it, I'd probably put this episode at high Spark Ignites.
I would put it in I Am the Plan.
Really?
It's good. It's good. I just wasn't too big on it,
Okay, no,
but I like it.
we'll do that. Besides, we got to even this out a little bit. Otherwise, every single episode
Yeah.
Spark Ignites.
Now I see here that Alex says, "You know what's baffling about Scorponok? He didn't know anything about Decepticons yet was named after one of their own well-known leaders."
I guess I never really thought about that. Well, Alex, you know.
He's talking about how
Go ahead. Go ahead. Hear you.
because of how in Dark Designs, I think he was asking who's hard shell when Bossbringer was going Decepticon here. Oh.
Shrapnel. Yeah, with shrapnel, not bombshell.
Oh, Shrapnel, yeah. I get the Insecticons mixed up.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of. I guess what are you saying? Like, are you asking me something, or I think I a little confused? Sorry.
And that's what Alex said.
Oh.
Well, saying the part about bringing up Scorponok doesn't know.
Well, right. I thought.
No, I was just saying I can't tell the Insecticons apart. That's all I said.
Okay. I thought you said something else. I got a little confused. Well, you know, Alex, Scorponok's a bit of a silly Billy. He's a little dense in the head. He doesn't remember a whole lot of things. The stuff he does remember is useless, kind of like me. So, moving on. Uh, you might disagree with me, but I don't really like the trigger parts 1 and 2. I would
I would put it bottom. I would put it in low. I am the plan.
okay. I was thinking low. Few flying lessons for Kurt.
Well, explain why you don't like it.
I just think it's kind of boring. Every time I watch Beast Wars, I try and marathon watching it. These 2 episodes just bore me to death. Sometimes I just skip them. I just think they're boring because nothing of much importance really happens. It's just a flying island. It's I don't really have an explanation as to why I don't really like it. I just don't really like it. But I will put these at low. I am the plan. I would rather compensate, put them at high, a few flying lessons, but we'll put them.
How about you take one of them and how about you just split it as one of them goes in low. I am the plan, and the other one goes in top to balance it out.
Fine. We can do that. Now we have
That way, we're both happy.
yeah. Now we have a Spider's Game, the episode that introduces Inferno.
Items didn't invade the colony.
Inferno terrorized. Kind of freaks out a little bit. I would probably, you know what, I got my thoughts first. I like Inferno as a character. He's just fucking balls to the walls and wonky, and I like that. Um, but overall, I would say this is just an okay episode. Just okay. So I would probably
I think it should go in I am the plan for the fact that don't forget the greatest moment in the episode where when the pro phone's destroyed, you know, the colony, whoever has done this thing will burn.
make. I like this.
The fact that Inferno just goes ape shit, just for me makes is icing on the cake. I love how nuts he goes.
I love it. Now we have
And the only bit from the trigger that's kind of funny, enjoyable was, you know, when Rat Trap's falling, Pterosaur's teasing, and then he gets on top of Pterosaur to make him fly.
oh, and doesn't he threaten to like blow his balls off or something like that? Because he takes it,
Yeah.
he puts it like near his ass, and he says, "I'll toast your tachyons," or something like that.
Yeah.
And he like throws like 60 balls off, which is pretty cool, honestly.
Also seeing Black Arachnia be all juiced up on power, like I said, if Silverbolt was there, he would probably not even try to convince her stuff. He would just probably be like, "Oh, mama."
I'm responding to Alex. Last thing you said.
Oh,
Trigger things nuts. I like that. Childish.
trigger did that. Oh my god.
No, I love that. Keep the positivity going, Alex. I love you. Now, which episode is this again? I can't quite read it all. All of the way? What is it? It's the Star
All of the Wild.
Call of the Wild. I couldn't read all of the way. I couldn't read it. I couldn't read it all.
I argue Spark Ignites because I love it.
All the way down. No, yeah. I guess we can put that. We can put that up here. I think it's a pretty fun episode. The idea of their beast modes taking over their minds because they're in them for so long. My favorite part of the episode has always been with Optimus, Rat Trap, and Rhinox. they just start to argue with each other. Like Optimus is like roaring at Rat Trap, and Rat Trap is like squeaking at him, and then you have Rhinox just over in the corner. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! He throws the table across the room.
Yeah.
It's like he's drunk.
Whoop.
I heard that.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
Yes, I did.
Uh,
But anyways, Dark Voyage.
oh, that's to go along with it's the delayed burp from when I was saying the handsome creature.
No. No. And now we have Dark. Excuse me. We have Dark Voyage. The episode of when
Oh.
all go blind. For like 2 minutes.
Well, just Rhinox, Rat Trap, and Damba went blind.
They're the only characters that we see. Don't be technical with me now. But yeah, and then they're being hunted by Boston.
I would put in low. I am the plan.
That's what I was thinking too. It's a fun episode, but nothing too much happens. But I do like again the conflicting morals of Maximus and Predacons. When Cheetor is heavily injured by the snake, Rat Trap and Rhinox are eager to get him out of it. Get on my back. I'll carry you. Like, we'll get you out of here. And Dinobots like, leave him. He'll only slow us down. They chastise him for it. So we don't abandon our own kind. I like that. It's just the conflict of morals.
Yeah. The awkward fact is that this was actually the first Beast Wars episode I saw.
Was it?
Yeah. Before I had the DVD, there were like clips on YouTube, and this is one of the only episodes I could find at the time that was the full episode. So awkward, interesting, weird first episode.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I mean, there could have been other episodes that wouldn't have been the first, but that was an interesting first one. And yeah.
I think the first episode I ever saw all the way through, I think was, just to put it out there for a little bit of fun trivia, I think it was Nemesis Part 2. So I think the first episode I saw all the way through was the last episode of the show.
I actually also saw some episodes out of order before, seeing Code of Hero. So when I just saw a season 3 episode, I was like, wait, when did Dinobots switch back to the Predacons? I was so confused at the time before I figured it out.
Yeah, that was
because on YouTube.
That was
what?
Sorry, that was something that confused me too because I saw Dinobot who looked completely different than what he had beforehand because I knew what Dinobot looked like, and he was talking about like how this is all familiar, but I don't know why. And then we see him having flashback to a previous episode, and we know because we've seen the show he's having a flashback to what would be his previous life. And I thought that he had.
Yeah.
I thought he was kidnapped and then brainwashed, and then here's when we see the brainwashing wearing off, and that's when he starts to remember who he really is. And then that's why he rebels against Megatron. That's what I thought was going on.
Yeah, and then my thought, I was like, maybe there was just some. When before I saw Code of Hero, I was watching the beginning of. I guess we're skipping ahead by accident, but we'll just not bring it up when we get to that episode. The one where Maxwell No More, I was thinking, wait, it's this when he switches? And then when it, of course, went back, then I confused and then figured out later. But that's when I kind of thought like, oh, and then I was upset. Like, no, don't you have him go.
I think that'd be an interesting what if, though. Like, what if Dinobot had committed to staying on the Predacon side?
I guess it would have been like Armada, where they continued to fight Starscream, but the Autobots kind of had a little respect for him, even though they were on enemy sides. Rat Trap be the most aggressive, but take it personally, but deep down, like, spare Dinobot when he could have shot him.
No, I mean, when I say if Dinobot had committed, I mean, like, what if he had killed Rat Trap in that episode? and then still stayed with Megatron.
Hmm.
Like, in maybe like a brief moment, Dinobot just got so angry with Rat Trap. Remember everything Rat Trap did to him, that he strikes him down in just a fit of rage, and then realizes what he had done, and was terrified with himself as to what he had done. And then that would be the driving force for his eventual redemption towards the end of the show.
Hmm.
So, like, what would
Well,
have changed? Would that have changed what would happen in the agenda, or like what would have Dinobot done differently?
um, hmm.
We don't have to go too deep into it, but
Yeah, but nice what if, but I guess something drew a blank on me.
that's what
I guess I'm just my bad. I'm eager to get to the next episode, but I should point out because I was again listening to your audio to see how it is. When you were saying that got brainwash, it sounded like you were saying a certain RAPE. That's how it says. Like Dalva was just trying to remember.
no. Brainwash. He was brainwashed.
I know, but it sounded like on the audio I was starting to laugh when I saw you saying Dalva traumatized by.
God. If Dino, no, that'd be. Who was fucking in it?
We don't need to answer that.
Wasp.
Oh,
Ooh, listen, Bot, come here. No,
no!
come here.
Now I didn't say the word, but now it's definitely demonetized.
Hey, I didn't say anything. I didn't say no word.
I know.
I didn't say nothing. You know, we should probably move on so we don't get too distracted.
Oh, Alex's answer to your comment was Donbot's story, in his opinion, would have ended the same.
Yeah, I probably. I'd imagine it probably would. I
Mm.
Yeah, he honestly probably would have done the same thing he did during Code of Hero. Instead of joining the others and destroying the valley, that's when he would have taken his last stand. And then he would have died all the same. He would have gotten a communication with the Maxwells, told them what's going on. And then when he was dying, he probably would have just flat out apologized to them, and they would have, no, we forgive you, and all that kind of jazz. And that's probably what
Let's do. I argue possession and the low road. They should go at the top so far of Sparks Ignite because they were both super awesome.
I suppose, am I sharing my screen up here?
Yeah.
No, I am.
Yeah. I'm watching on YouTube. What?
Okay, that's what you're doing. I was thinking, like, how are you even seeing any of this? Because I wasn't sharing my screen in Discord.
No, but I was watching. I'm watching. Blah, blah, blah. I am watching the YouTube video, which is probably why it says two watching.
Right. Okay. Earlier it said 3, so I don't know who the third.
Yeah, that was Jaden. That was Jaden checking us out.
Okay, and then it was also
Some other guy.
yeah. Well, no, like somebody liked it. I'm guessing Alex probably liked it.
Wait, one dislike?
One like.
No, I looked at your thing. Did it say one dislike?
Not for me. On mine, it says one like somebody liked it.
Oh, good. I was afraid for a moment that I'm like, who's the asshole disliking?
No, no, I can't see. That.
Okay, let's.
But yeah, no, let's keep going. Possession, the first heavily G1 inspired episode with Starscream's Ghost. I would say this would go in.
Bush.
This is probably, I'd say, honestly, I'd probably put it in just Prime. I don't know about you, maybe too high, but
We're kind of reserving it for Code of Hero.
Nope.
Oh, spoiler!
Nope.
But I think top of Sparks Ignites because we want to have unless you want to make that's just Prime for select episodes, and then you'll make the A certain other episode that I did not reveal the name of would just go in a even higher tier.
Maybe, maybe not.
You just have to say that, like, for the top tier, it'd be like the rest is silence.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do. But we have
So if you want to put in that as prime, then go ahead. We just have to make a new tier for when we get to a certain episode.
well.
Alice is just like, come on. Alice is just like, come on, let's just get to it.
Sorry, Alex.
And he says no modern TV show could give us something like Code Hero. I agree.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Okay.
Hate sound like an old man, but they don't make him anymore. No, Alex, 65 has known me long enough to know that I'm the real cranky old man here.
Yeah,
I'm an old fuck.
we've been friends for almost 5 years, so
Yeah.
I know you pretty well.
I'm just saying, like, that is not abnormal for you because yes, no shows have the balls nowadays to do that.
No, but yeah.
They just don't.
The Low Road. Do you think this is the one that we put in most humiliating career because this is where the quote comes from?
No, because it's an awesome episode. It's one of the best.
Well, no,
Pronto. Ooh. No, it would go in. I think it would go in. That's just prime too, because it's so damn fun.
yeah, it's a fun episode. Now, Law,
Situation under control.
Law of the Jungle.
Do not. I am Megatron. I have a hostage. Why, so you do. Shoot.
Yeah, now, are there other, I think that's kind of weird too, kind of hypocritical of Megatron. When Dinobot has a hostage, Megatron says that it was a quote unquote stupid maximal ploy. But then in a certain later episode, he does that with a certain proto human. So who's the real stupid?
He's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, who's the real stupid film, mate? But anyways, Law of the Jungle, I would say, is another pretty good episode.
I think I am the plan for me, but I won't be cross if it is in the Sparks Ignite.
No, we
You can put it in high. I am the plan.
need to put that down there. We'll put it there. No, fair enough. Now, before
Yeah, I like it. It was good.
sorry. Now, before the storm, the episode, I'd say the first actual like serious episode of Beast Wars, in which it actually starts like that's the starting point of the overall arcing story. I don't know about you.
No, I agree that like it definitely gives off. It's the precursor to the vibes there in season 2,
Yeah.
for sure.
So I would personally put this in probably. I'm just gonna put it here in the Spark Ignites for now at the back. But once we get around,
And of course, you had the bit where Toro with the bull pterosaur gonna run and gets in Rhino's anus. Peaceful.
yeah, and then doesn't
The way they handled the truth was hilarious.
instead of using their weapons, they just did like Looney Tunes sticks on each other.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
You were saying?
I'm saying I'm going to put Before the Storm all the way down here for now, at the back of the Spark Ignites. But then once we do a little bit of rearranging, I'm probably going to put that at the very top of the Spark Ignites.
Oh, 3 again. So that means either Jaden's back or we got someone else finally.
Who's here? Okay, like a dog. I just heard barking at them. Yeah, so stupid.
And then, imagine after your bark, it goes back down to 2.
I was expecting it to go back down to 1, even out.
Yeah.
But anyways, we will go to other voices. Part 1 and Part 2, I would rank as just one really big episode because I think both of them are also pretty good. Again, I would.
I view Before the Storm, Other Voices, and then the Aftermath Coming Fusors. I just kind of personally am crazy because I imagine that it's just a 2-hour movie.
Yes, so do I. But unfortunately, because of the ranking of this, we have to all rank them separately. But honestly, I would probably put them all at highest Sparking Nights, or honestly, I'd
Yeah.
put them all lowest. That's just Prime.
Yeah, I would put Other Voices Part 1. I liked a bit more than Part 2 because of the whole like going inside that weird thing, and then the music to my ears.
What? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, there's okay. I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. You just kind of randomly started screaming.
When Optimus Prime was in pain, and Megatron's like, music to my ears.
No, I get it now. You kind of scared me for a second. So we'll put Part 2 down here, Nights, and then Part 1, and that's just Prime. Right? Is that not what
The other way around.
Oh, Part
Oh, yeah, no. The way you got it is correct.
Part 1 up here, Part 2 down. Okay. So now we're on to Season 2. On to where it starts to get really.
Wait, I had 2 questions to ask about Season 1 to sum up the season. Because I think it's a good season. I think it was a good introductory season for the characters, even if it was not plot driven, but we said that before. I want to ask 2 questions to make it an interesting discussion. Do you think, because of, Wade did season 1, then didn't know if they were getting renewed for season 2, what is your guess? The writers initially thought season 2 was going to be like before they realized, oh, we have to kill off Pterosaur and Scorponok right off the bat. We're going to have to work in transmetals. Like, I'm curious if, when they were doing season 1, they probably had they probably didn't have the way the show would. My guess is they had more ideas for Pterosaur and Scorponok somewhat, and had more ideas for Tigatron and Airazor. So that's why I wanted to ask random, what do you think would hypothetically made blueprints, I guess, for whatever they were going to do as season 2 before Hasbro said we're going to do transmetals and shit.
What do I think they were originally going to do before Hasbro changed it? I'm honestly going to have to think about that for a second.
My guess would be because I'm sure, because we all know that the reason why certain characters were X'd off was because of the, toys. But I'm guessing the writers, like if it wasn't as tied as a toy commercial and they could do anything they want, my guess is the mainframe writers would probably have done something else than what we got.
Right. So if we're gonna just discount if we were to just flat out dismiss the influence the toy line, if we were to dismiss the influence the toy line had on the show, I would say that Tigatron and Airazor would not have died so unceremoniously, and same thing goes for Pterosaur and Scorponok. I think, honestly, probably what I told you before about how I would have actually had Rat. Why do I keep saying Ratchet? I would have just done.
The way they would die would be like during the Code of Hero battle.
Yes. I guess to clarify for the audience, I've told this to hear you here that had Pterosaur and Scorponok not had they not died in the season 2 premiere, what I would have done so their deaths would have at least had more impact on the show was for them to have died in Code of Hero by Dinobot's hands. Since Code of Hero was a pretty big individual episode throughout the show because of the ramifications it had, Megatron almost wiped out humanity's existence. and Dinobot destroyed the Golden Disc. Those are two really big plot points in the show going forward. The absence of the Golden Disc and the evolving human and the evolving humans having a bigger stake in the plot in season 3, at least a little bit. So I would have had Dinobot kill Scorponok and Pterosaur off by Dinobot to have an even bigger impact in the show. Because I feel like it was more so of a loss on the Maximal side because of Dinobot's death than it was on the Predacon side just because the Golden Disc was destroyed. I would have had them die, so I would have had a greater impact on the side of the Predacons. And I think just to give Dinobot some badass kills for once. Because the only character who actually killed another character in the entire show was Depth Charge. Depth Charge is the only person who got a kill. He killed Rampage in season 3. So I would have given Dinobot 2 badass kills.
Yeah. And I concur with this overall idea of been better for the characters to last until that point. But again, I'm going to throw out random ideas and say Tigatron and Airazor's relationship would have been explored. Maybe not the Transmetals, because, you know, like, I think without Hasbro, they would feel like there's no reason to upgrade bodies. Maybe, like, upgrade armor. But I'm assuming the Riders would have just, if, you know, done... I'm guessing it would have taken longer for Primal to come back. Like they would have, like maybe not half the season, but like an extra 2 episodes or 3 to get Primal back.
Yeah, I think it was.
And no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I think that would have been more of like a mid-season finale kind of episode, the revival of Optimus Primal. And I have a question for you regarding what you said about Titus and Ares. So you said that you would have kept them alive way longer and you would have developed their relationship more, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that would mean then that Silverbolt and Black Arachnia would not have been coupled because Tigatron and Airazor were filling that gap?
They would have introduced new characters, and Silverbolt may have still been introduced, even if not Fusor, depending on if, you know, how much Hasbro influenced how the writers opted. Like maybe Silverbolt would have just been a wolf. Like just a normal wolf.
Yeah.
Or maybe they would have just done more of the toys that didn't make it into the show.
I think they would have.
But I digress.
I think they would have just turned him into a wolf.
Yeah. So where I'm going with this is to say, I believe Black Mary still could have found her bitch boy, but I don't think they would focus on that as heavily as the only real relationship. We would have had another relationship to make it so it's not like we're hogging up attention on one relationship.
Okay.
I would still imagine Titron and Airazor would still be like, you know, more distant, but we would have like an episode or 2 of centric on them.
And do you think season 2 and maybe 3 would have been longer, or do you think we still would have both been 15 episodes?
I believe Alex knows the knowledge on that they probably didn't do 26 episodes because of budget for the next 2 seasons, but I have the opinion that Beast Wars would be pretty good at 78 episodes, I think. I think that would have been a good number to have second, because that would have meant they could have done the stuff I'm mentioning, like maybe let it be in our episode or 2 before Primal comes back, and even more to flesh out until we have to let go of Dinobot and do more of a Tigatron Ares in particular, and so on and so forth.
Actually, I guess I don't really have anything else to add regarding the question other than what I said about
I just thought that'd be an interesting thing to mention because of the fact that we have to consider, when they made season 1, did they have up until Nemesis Part 2 planned? I don't think so. I think they're just, winging it, seeing whatever they come up with Hasbro tells them to do.
Yeah, I think it. I don't think that was kind of season 3. I think season 3 was the season. Other than season, actually, I think season 2 was the only one that they actually had a plan. I think seasons 1 and 3.
Oh, no, I agree.
Yeah, they were just making it up as they went along. They just got lucky that a lot of it seemed
Yeah. Worked. Yeah, but I just wanted to bring that up because that's something not anyone yet has brought up. The interesting idea of if Mainframe was able to do a season 2 at the time without Hasbro telling them what to do, I'm guessing the writers had different ideas in mind, but they just didn't make a big deal of it when they were told, no, you gotta kill these characters off.
Yeah. Agreed. But anyways, moving on. We are currently halfway done with our ranking. So, we have Aftermath, Season 2, Episode 1. Overall, pretty good episode. I like establishing the fact that some of the characters were now transmetals, and that they were basically given vehicle modes, essentially. Cheetor was a jet. Cheetor was essentially a jet. So was Megatron, and then Tarantulas was a motorcycle, and then Ratchet was, I guess, a race car.
That on wheels. Cool.
Yeah, what is it called? Stuff like rolling mode.
Yeah. It's gonna take some getting used to. Improvement, but I know we should have left you offline, chopper face. I just making that weird noise. I
I'd put that at just prime, that episode. And honestly, I would do that for the next episode.
Yeah, sure. I'll go along with that. Same packet. No, fuck it. I would put it in lower. That's just prime, just because they killed off Terrorsaur and Scorponok way too fast
Well, in that case,
and embarrassingly.
in that case, would you rather have me put it in just highest Spark Ignites?
Yeah. Yes, I would.
Okay.
I do think that's a detriment, but it's only one minor detriment. But I still think it knocks it down a bit. It, to me, was the first act of the show where it's kind of it doesn't feel like this was planned. Sudden course change. Season 2 is The Last Jedi, but handled right.
Well, that's kind of a weird way of looking at it.
I mean, of course, I'm just sarcastic like that. It was Empire Strikes Back more. Anyway, oh yes, new packaging, same product, losers.
That's probably my favorite.
Oh yeah, my highlight for me. I was gonna say, deep down in my head, yeah, there was budget, but part of me deep down would have liked it if they got to have everybody become transmetalized. In particular, I think the toys for Rhinox and what's the other one I like? Air Razor. I think those two are the most ooh.
What do you mean?
As in the toys they made, their designs, I thought those are cool. The Waspinator Transmetal is a bit off with the Starscream colors, but other than that, going off of one of the later repaints, if that was used, I would have really liked that. I'm putting that as not a major thing because it's, I guess, more realistic to say not everybody's going to get the same upgrade. Even if in my head I would have everybody get Transmetal, then everybody get Transmetal too. That is a bit overdone, but I guess if it was 2D animation, I would disagree. It would not be overdone. It's just for CG it was. Anyway,
Moving on to coming to the teaser. Again,
and Alex gladly said they sure did come with a milk. He said earlier, yes, the Fusor certainly came, and then he had a white liquid.
oh God, Alex, grow up, grow up. You're chill, you're chill. I just watch out for fantasy. That's all I have to say. But no, coming to the Fusors, I really like those. I think they should go both of them. That's just fun. Really good action.
Before it,
Huh?
I am coming. Introduction of the cum beast. Megatron's greatest weapon.
He transformed.
No, terrifying. No. Yeah, these are good episodes. The Western thing, I'm taking a guess that the writers just like spaghetti Westerns, but I don't mind it because it was cool. Of course, Dinobot's speech to himself, which my throat's not in the condition to do it, but great speech with him at the 2 discs hiding them.
That's just I'm not gonna. Yeah, would you agree that's the
Sure.
prime, or would you say again highest?
I'm willing to put those in That's Just Prime. They're good. Oh yeah, they do sideline Tigatron and Airazor, but I think their reason was more justified than Scorponok and Pterosaur.
Just a little bit, quite a little bit.
Give me a sec to think if there's a. Oh yeah, have you heard about how they were gonna have Megatron's Transmetal form actually be an ant like Inferno?
No, that's the first I'm hearing.
I saw in the TF wiki and they didn't do it because that would have been a downgrade. I'm like, no shit, it would.
Yeah, I feel like if you flip Optimus Primal, you turn into Silverback Gorilla, and you made him turn into like a little Capuchin monkey.
Or a bat, wink, get it?
Yeah, I get it. Jesus Christ, I get it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's why apparently you have the bit where Megatron and Inferno for the brief moment had their heads on the different bodies was because they wanted to reference subtly the idea that for some reason Megatron was originally going to be an ant, which would have been fucking stupid. I'm surprised that was even considered.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess would they have gone with an idea that Megatron, in like his delusion for the future, would have actually started to think of himself as like a queen or a king because Inferno says it so often?
Yeah, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. I can't imagine any reason why he would become an ant. Either the wiki's off, but then again, that's so random. I can't imagine it being off, or that was just like, I guess the writers were on drugs. You know, they were high. Yo, what if we made Megatron the ant, bro?
I can confirm that those are some of the stupid ideas you come up with in the side. I can admit that.
Eh.
But anyways, moving on. The one episode of season 2 I don't really care for. Tangled Web. I don't know about you, but I would put
I would say it's the most filler, but it still has 2 important plot points. One is it's the beginning of Silverbolt and Black Arachnia's like their first encounter because they didn't really encounter each other in Coming of the Fusors because then they would have come.
I'm not even I'm not even
No, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. It has the first bits of chemistry between Black Dragon and Silverbolt, even though obviously it's later on it gets expanded, but that's important for this episode. And you have the Tarantulas mind link with Black Arachnia severed. That was since the end of season 1, so that's what makes it important. So even this weakest episode is still important.
Yeah, I guess. And it also shows
But you can put it in just mid. I am the plan. You can put that there because it's the weakest episode of season 2, but at the same time, it's like if that's the one weak episode, then that means it's a solid season.
And now we have an episode I really do enjoy, Maximum and More. I really like this episode. I like it showing Dinobot's conflict about where he believes his loyalty should lie. Now that he knows Megatron was not lying about the planet that they had managed. Well, he was never claiming anything. That was just their claim. So once he realizes that Megatron didn't,
Oh my god.
what?
Freaking Alex said, pretty sure Tigatron did it with Snowstalker. Bruh.
No. No.
Bestiality.
No. Is that bestiality? Yeah, it is. It's still fucking mad. Why am I?
Maybe, hopefully he was in beast mode, at least.
Serve 2 evils is still siding with evil, as Ratchet put it.
Yes.
I'm going to block you, sir. I'm blocking your choice. That's
He's our only guy commenting.
yeah. Kudos to you
We would lose the.
because we've been doing this for almost 3 hours. You've been here for almost the entire time. So kudos to you, man. I like you. I love the funny shit that you're saying.
It's always good when I say it to Jane too. It's good to have it when there's 2 people. It's good sometimes to have the third pillar to be able to like say stuff that neither of us would think of.
Oh yeah. I don't want to think about that, though. That's the thing. I don't.
No, I know. Hopefully before she died.
Or he fights her body. And, no, what the no. What have you done to me? What have you done?
Anyway, you're.
I'm not thinking this real deep. I like that Megatron actually pats Dinobot on the back and welcomes him home. It felt genuine. Like there was a part of him that wanted their friendship renewed. No, I like that. But that's also something I've kind of thought about is I don't really know what their relationship was like before the Beast Wars. Was it more business?
I imagine it as they were mostly on the same goal, and that's how they had that kind of conflict of how they want to handle it. So Orion Pax and Megatron, but just different. And yeah, it was finally when like they got to Earth. That's when Dinobot snapped, and then up to that point, we see in Dawn of Future's Past there was a lot of points where Megatron was like arguing with Dinobot, and Dinobot kept and then there was one point even Megatron bitch slapped him for retaliation. I think that's why when the episode 1 starts, and that's just when Dinobot snapped. That's how I view it. And that like deep down Megatron's had a respect, but because of the fact that he made clones of Dinobot, it kind of implies like, oh, you got fetish. You got fetish for that traitor. You want him bad.
I guess that's the only thing I can really think is that it was a sort of Orion Pax Megatron like dynamic, but it was more business oriented rather than
Moral oriented.
yeah, it was more business than friendship. Is the best way
I agree.
But that's a good point. I never really thought about that specifically too. So, Alex, you are a very valuable member of our conversation, of our live stream. You're both making us laugh and making me think about things I never thought about before.
Yep.
Thanks for that. But
Yeah.
take the good one.
Yeah.
So, no. Maximum No More, I just kind of lightly put it at that time. I don't know if you want to discuss that or not.
I do not object because I do think it's good. Jaden was pouting the fact that, oh, you should not have turned in the first place or considered it. And part of me's like, kind of true, but at the same time, again, down. But all the best characters are the ones where they both know who they are and also don't. I mean, we've all been there. The edgy emo. You see, Dama was just having the mature way to say is he was entering his psychological second questioning, and Jaden put it as he was in his put on his goth outfit listening to Linkin Park. I tried so hard and got so far. Or we see Downbot from the crawling in my skins.
But at the same time, I think it makes sense that Dinobot was at that point.
Yeah. And realize he's too attached to the Maximals to give up. And so yeah, I just said I guess it's partly dumb, but at the same time, again, I understand that Dinobot had a edge phase, because not only is it a bit relatable that we do sometimes things that we feel were dumb later, and it is well done and it adds to the character a lot. So as the second to last Dinobot centric story, which is sad. But
Now we are on to other things. The unknown aliens finally come back after like 7 episodes of being gone. They come back. And this is essentially, even though technically did not die, this is the episode that's kind of considered to die. But gone.
yeah.
The person
I would say for that, I want to put part 1 in lower and part 2 higher. As for how they would contribute it, I would have had Tigatron and Airazor. Maybe after being abducted, it would be kind of like, what if they had a bit to actually communicate and see the Vok themselves, and then trying to get back to like with Megatron's trying to stop him before the actual Vok do something to do a Thanos snap, kind of repeating itself. That's my guess of how it happened. Like, even if they're disappeared, it's like, they try to do something to we gotta get back one of the others, where it's like their ghost or whatever.
that would have been a point that we find out what the aliens called, and they would have told them that we are the boss. And then later on,
Because this was the last time we were going to see them for a while, so they might as well have given a payoff.
yeah, rather than the third episode that started,
Yeah.
So you would put
You know what? For that, I think it shouldn't go in. I don't think we should put in That's Just Prime, because the fact that we realized they did kind of fumble that up. They could have given They could have given a bit more of a payoff, having Titron and Airazor play a bit of part to balance screen time and all characters, to have it where they come back, mourn, and then have to stop. Megatron has to be thwarted last minute before he does something to make the Vok, and it's like that. Whatever they do makes a separate part. And what if you had Tigatron and Airazor when Primal and Cheetor, so it's come here before it's too late, and then Tigatron and Airazor say, well, one of us has to remain behind to sever the connection, on this side, to make it someone has to shut it off on one side as well as the other, and that's how Tigatron and Airazor sacrifice themselves, and it takes a while to see them again.
that would have been, I think, a way better set. Instead of it just them being kind of dumb, and just kind of loitering around and then
Yeah.
grab them.
So I think we've come to the agreement of the way Scorponok and Pterosaur could have been better handled is what you said in Code of Hero, and this, and maybe we could have. I know it's pushing it, but maybe we could have tried to squeeze in, even if it's just one bit of dialogue, maybe with Airazor's sacrifice or Titron Air's sacrifice, Dinobot would give a indirect comment to both of them, which would be his closest to saying something to Airazor, of saying some comment, just comment, a true honorable warrior to give themselves up like that in unfamiliar territory with the Vok because they seal it off.
Yeah, I think Dinobot should have said something to both of them, just so us as fans could get closure in that, like, at least, even though they weren't there when it happened, Tigatron and Voyager still got to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's the first time I really flat out like said it that way. And yeah, like it still would have been a shame to see them go, but if they did it like that, like like had them, we see them throughout these 2 episodes and gotten at least one bit. Because you notice how Silverbolt never interacted with the two of them. It's if that's how they did it, like not only do we get our best, closest we would ever get to Dinobot and Airazor, if we got at least one bit of talk back and forth between Silverbolt and those two, then that would have been our chance to I guess patch things up for those, but leave it open that we'll see them again in season 3.
Yeah. And I think it would have been way better. So currently, I have them in the Spark Ignites, and then once we're done with all the episodes, we can do a higher rating.
Yeah. I think that if they had the Tigatron Airazor thing handled, then I think definitely that's just Prime.
Yeah. But speaking of that's just Prime, that is where I would put that Spark. I don't know about you.
We'll just put pretty much all of these last episodes, the whole last half of this season's going to go in That's Just Prime, except for one episode that goes, well,
But yeah, that starts the introduction of Rampage and the revealing of the true plan of the two of the Axis, which was exploring the galaxy, but also exploring a place to dump Rampage for the Form X, because it's too dangerous. And it's also interesting because it gives a bit of a gray area for what the Maximals have been doing off screen. They've been doing some pretty shady stuff in terms of their science school, and that apparently Optimus and Rhinox were a part of it because they knew of them and they knew what the original plan was. Cheetor didn't, and maybe it's because he was the kid of the team, not going to pull up there. Oh, hey, yeah, we just kind of created this, this person from scratch, but now that he's pissed at us, we're gonna kill him. So you wouldn't come up with a kid. Like, what would you say?
yeah. It'd be a funny joke if they did, though.
What age would you say Cheetor is by this point of that start in relation to
12 or 13.
yeah, I think that's a little young. I was thinking like 14 or 15. And then into the show, I was thinking 17 or 18. And then by the end of Beast Machine, I was thinking he would be like 20 to 21.
Yeah. But my 2 comments for Bad Spark, aside from the fact that it's, an awesome ass episode, is I think the only thing again I would edit would be, again, because of budget limitations, they couldn't give much of just one brief flashback. I would like to have seen a bit more of a flashback with showing Rampage like vigorously roaring and stuff as he's being mutated on. Of course, as much as they could show even at these edgy 90s standards, and I would be crazy and be like, let's push it until we can't. And then, have Primal and Rhinox show a brief bit of, how I don't mind being darkly lit, but again, the budget limitation hampers a bit of the execution of what they could show in flashbacks. Because you notice how Beast Wars, they don't do flashbacks because of the limited budget, while with anime, we got lots of flashbacks.
Yeah. I think that would have been a pretty cool flashback. Maybe the creation of Rampage.
Yeah. It would have been neat if this was handled similar to a Transformers animated episode where it's we cut back and forth a lot to the past and the present.
But I got
I mean,
go
ahead.
Do you think that his spark was created from scratch and that he was a flat out creation? by Maximal.
I like to believe Rampage was just a Maximal soldier who became all, like the Maximals mutated him,
That was
become a madman.
that was the other thing I was going to say. I prefer that too. I prefer the experiment breaking his mind, but empowering his body, which makes him kind of dangerous.
Yeah, this honestly, most of this kind of makes me feel like it's kind of a double-sided sword with Beast Wars being the earliest 3D animated series that by season 3, if it looked great, or not great, but good, and then season 1, of course, it's like off. But if they just stuck with doing animation like Batman the Animated Series or, other 90s shows, then think about how much that would have made a difference in either how many characters they could have had or how much like episodes they could have done and stuff. Like, I just imagine maybe the show would have had an even bigger, like, of course 3D animation was a huge selling point, but I don't know, I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I almost think that a traditional 2D animated show may have made Beast Wars worse. Because I think what made Beast Wars great, the way that we got it in our day, in our world, I should say, is that they had to work with their limitations due to the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, due to the budget, they could only have a certain amount of characters. Due to the budget, they could only have a certain amount of episodes. So, in terms of the story, they had to make it more concise and to the point, which led to better character arcs and better character development. Had that been the opposite, had they had an animated cast and better animation, I think the show would have been a lot more lazy. It would have been a lot more like TBS.
I guess, yeah. It's again, double-sided sword in terms of great, for the time trying to be 3D animation, but a part of me is also like, I would have liked the show to have been very vibrant 2D, but still the writing we got just for moments of flashback, they really do all they could with the flashback, so it doesn't feel like it feels like there's only so much they could reach is one way to put it. But if they, yeah, that's the vibe I always get from Beast Wars, that you just get the vibe that there's limits. Same with Prime, but not as much with Prime.
But now, on to the single greatest episode of Transformers fiction. Nothing.
Oh wait, I forgot to say the bad spark. I love is that fear you're feeling, Maximal? Let it consume you. Yes, feel the fear.
Like the kind of manipulative, coaxing behavior of Rampage, where he wants to almost manipulate how you're feeling in order to benefit him. And like it's super creepy, but also super cool, and it's new, and that's what Transformers is nowadays. It's not interesting. But yeah, I mean, like tangent like that. But yeah, no, I agree with you. But now
Yeah.
to the
Time.
what?
Oh yeah, we're just not gonna focus on because I guess I could just say every single moment of Code of Hero is flawless. The only weird part being Rat Trap during the funeral, was in his season 1 form instead of season 2. That's literally the one and only minor nitpick.
Yeah.
That's just an animation error, so it's not a big deal.
And that's why it's currently the highest rated episode, I think, in all of Transformers television.
And quite a bit of television in general. Like one person said, it was like, not just best for Transformers, it was high up in just what you could see on TV at the time. It feels like the best shows nowadays that takes things dark and serious. The shows that they owe it to are, most would say Batman the Animated Series, which is true, but I would say also Beast Wars.
Yeah. I think had Beast Wars kept to its morals, as in like working story, limited amount of characters, but haven't had really good 3D animated animation, I think it would have been on par with Batman the Animated Series, the best animated series.
Yeah, like that's what I would want as a perfectionist. Like keep the way the story was executed, but my nitpickiness would prefer like, maybe a bit more of that kind of like again, like interesting flashback moments. Like let's at least one episode per season have like that, like animated would have like back and forth the present and past to show how things were before. And maybe take out for season one, I would have the first episode be like, back on Cybertron showing like, the steps of the golden disc and then, launching out. Like take out like the web, for instance, so you have like an extra episode before. And I think that's all I need to say about that. That's just my nitpick touches. Like, because animated, did the whole thing where it's like, yeah, the main characters, and it didn't distract from all the other characters. Were just fun background characters, and served minor plots. But the main five were the big plot. Anyway.
Yeah, you could say Court of Fury is the best episode of Beast Wars and the single best episode in all of them.
Indeed, and it's the that and Nemesis Part 2 are, of course, the two episodes I've seen the most.
Now, on to probably, I'd say overall, the second best episode of Beast Wars, and Tuesday, which I would put up here. However, I personally think it's a little bit below Court of Fury. However, I would put this as literally the second best episode of the series. I would put it just behind Court of Fury as best in that section.
I'll let this slide because, yeah, it's a very tragic, sad, beautiful episode, and you might be surprised. My favorite moment's literally at the end when, it was the Rat Trap and I will take care of Rampage. And he says, no, let him be. For today, we are brothers.
Yeah, that's my favorite episode is the last few minutes with
Yeah.
fighting of Rampage and Silverbolt. I like the way Silverbolt like explains for Translucent to like get out of the way. And same thing for Rampage. But I like how Silverbolt in the Cybertron says, "Oh God, no! Like, please don't let this happen." He said, "Primus, no." I like that. I like how even this early on in the franchise, Primus is still revered as a god. He's a god.
Yeah. Anyway, Silverbolt. I'll just sometimes because everyone knows how amazing this episode is. That my preference is like, yeah, it's amazing, and I was good. One last point, bring up, saying friend, good friend, dog. You didn't say he, she, me, wombo, whatever gender. They said not. They didn't say evil. They said dark. And had it ironically not been for Depth Charge showing up, maybe Rampage would have been more fleshed out of his, like, I don't know how. I think once Depth Charge showed up, they just kind of settled for Rampage as being like, enemy of Depth Charge, not feeling like he has to reconsider the mistakes he's made in life. Like, we don't focus on that after that. So, I mean, Depth Charge is still cool, but it could also be another limitation for being 13 episodes and the writers got too obsessed with doing stuff with Black Arachne and Silverbolt that we didn't get to see more of Rampage's like inner, whatever the right word is. Yeah, like I'm assuming you kind of noticed that as well as me. It's like Rampage is ironically most fascinating up until when meeting Depth Charge, but then after the meeting Depth Charge, for the rest of Rampage's role is just I'm gonna fight Depth Charge.
I think depth charge was used in the wrong way in terms of his dynamic with depth with Rampage. I think he should have enhanced the dynamic, but instead they just kind of stagnated. They didn't really progress or regress. They just kind of stayed in this
Yeah, we'll get to season 3 and its issues, but now we're still talking about the best, the goated, the goat.
Again, we have the agenda. The season 3 part season 2 finale. I think this goes without saying. Parts 1, 2, and 3 all go, and that's just fine.
Random ranking, I guess, would be third one. And between the first and second part, it's a tough one because I don't know. They're both great.
I guess I would.
You know what? I'm gonna say part 1. I'm gonna say 3, part 1, part 2.
Yeah.
Because part 2 is kind of, when you think about it, it is the most filler. And then part 1 and 3 are, I mean, part 2 is still great, but the only highlight is Ravage switching. The only 2 noteworthy things that happen aside from the exploited, simping of Black Arachne and Silverbolt. Aside from that, all that happens is Ravage's switching sides and Inferno original death.
Yeah, I think Inferno should have stayed dead.
Yeah.
And I guess I really thought that it would have been a little bit harder to change Ravage's mind. I think the way that they did, that they ended up doing it, still was fine. It was orders from his original master to go through with what Beast Wars Vegas wanted to do. And I like that. Like, oh, this is what you wanted? Oh, yeah, I'll help you. But, I don't know. I feel like it still would have taken a little bit more convincing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
You know what? Since this is the beginning of it, I think it's fair for me to just bring it up now. Black Arachne and Silverbolt's relationship, in my opinion, and Jaden just concurred it, overused. Took up too much attention.
Yeah.
My guess is it was just a favored thing by the writers, but I think it was at the compromise of all the other characters.
Yeah. But at the same time, have they not had enough episodes to flesh out the relationship? We probably would have ended up saying like, oh, they needed more screen time. Why did they?
That again leads to that's why season 2 and 3 needed to be, I would say, if not 26, I would give either 16 or 20 episodes each.
Yeah,
Like maybe season 2 could be 16 episodes and season 3 be, actually no, maybe I would have it be, you can say differently, maybe I would have season 2 be like so around 20 episodes, and then maybe season 3 would be 16 for the sake of like less to tell in season 3 compared. You can say if you were to switch that around or just have it that way.
No, I think that would have been about 16 episodes for season 3. Clean up a bit of the filler, and then you give a bit more story details, and you just have better build up and a bigger payoff. I think season 2 would have been, especially with the extra.
But, yeah.
That's just
Yes. Oh no, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I agree. But deep down, I would just have all 3 seasons be 26 to be an even.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this stuff was. We can just glimpse through this. Agenda is iconic, amazing. Our last goated episodes of Beast Wars, and I don't know how to phrase it except like, yeah, it was amazing. And Ravage was cool. Oh, nitpick would of course be kind of a shame they killed him off because they could have done more with him later. it would have been a good contribution to season 3. If they could fucking bring back Inferno, they could fucking bring back Ravage.
Yeah. I don't know why. I suppose I don't. Yeah, they probably just keep people.
My only guess is because he didn't have a toy. That's the only reason, and that's another one of those. Thank you, Hasbro, for your goddamn bullshit. The toys come before these writers were very.
Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get for letting the franchise go. That very was kind of off.
It just kind of becomes cringe when you're just like these. The toys are only the toys are. The Unicron trilogy is the great example of, to me, I'm like, I like a lot of toys, but they're not going to hold up to animated or Beast Wars because I want to actually like the characters going along with the toys. Anyway, oh yeah, well, because of what I said before, I want to give now, kind of like what I did with season 1, a proposal of, like, again, I'm guessing when they did season 2, they really, the way season 3 turned out was not what the original writers planned. So you can say either what you actually. How about we just say a brief what we think the writers could have done with season 3 if, again, they weren't, Hasbro didn't tell them what to do, and then we say a little personal how we would, what kind of different season 3 we would do for the video.
If they wanted to stick to the storyline, I agree because how do I think season 3 would have gone from? I'd imagine it would probably still have the same amount of episodes in season 2. I don't imagine it growing. I think I don't know if they would have gone in the direction of Transmetal Mutant. I think that's a bit of a cop out. Mainly because the way in which all the characters became Transmetal Mutants, except for Optimus and Megatron, but even then they're not even technically Transmetal Mutants. But all the other characters, Dinobot, Dinobot, Black Arachnia, and Cheeto, Kevin's Transmetal Survivor. And that was just there for plot convenience. I don't think that would have been a thing. And honestly, I don't think Dinobot would have been brought back either. Dinobot.
I agree. I was going to bring that up. Yeah, that my guess would be Dinobot would not have been brought back.
Yeah, he probably would have touched it all. The rest would have remained silent, and he would have remained dead. Which is how I.
Which I emphasize, to those who have watched. I've said my thoughts of Dinobot 2 and Beast Machines, but I'm also on the same page of, even though we're just jumping ahead, if they just had Dinobot 2 be Jawbreaker or some other Predacon in the toy line, just voiced by Scott McNeil, then it would have been less frustrating to me when that character dies. It would have been more acceptable to just imagine. I would have been under the mindset of, like, maybe Dinobot would have been cool in Beast Machines, but I would have been like, well, he died way before we were going to reach Beast Machines, so I would have just accepted the idea that, he was lost. But then, of course, yada yada, we'll get there. Do you think the dark tone? Do you think the dark tone would have been carried over?
I would hope. I hope that they would have made up some storyline for season 3. I'd imagine the finale would be the same, but it wouldn't feel as rough. I don't think they would have brought in Death Star. I think instead they would have either been returned as Megatron as variable or the creation of Hyperbots as variable.
Yeah.
And I would think if they did it the same way they did in the Sunday at the beginning, that we would have seen space. And I would have imagined that, like I guess I was going to say, then they would have immediately done Nemesis as space.
Yeah, I just I,
I don't know what I'm doing.
actually I like to. Yeah, I agree with the not bring back Downbot. Probably, I'm guessing Cerebral and Black Ram were still going to take up a lot of focus, but hopefully they would have still balanced it out with more stuff for the art characters, and maybe the general story plot be the same. Just if the dark tone was carried over, it probably would have been a more worthy season 3.
Yeah, I think they would have been well.
And as cool as Optimal Optimus, well, we might as well talk about that now. Talk about season 3, episode 1.
Slowly underpaid
And
honestly,
subtly, almost implying as a subtle agenda part 4, at least in my eyes.
I don't think I would have made it as high.
I would rate it in either I Am the Plan or Spark Ignites.
Oh, you wait. Okay, so you can put it in low start and nice, but high high.
Yeah.
No, I can see that. I put that in high high.
Oh, yeah, from Agenda, there's that line Die Cast Construction. It's a lost art. Oh, and then, of course, the line of, like, the chick bots walking around without their chest plates on. You know what I mean? And then the Scout Patrol finding new positions.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Stop me. I love that. The subtle sex joke. It's so like,
Well, yeah, mostly that season, which makes me more upset that, yeah, it's like, I think it goes without saying Hasbro probably told the staff after season 2, is like, yeah, for season 3, don't go that dark. And they're like, oh, fine. But I'm pretty sure the writers deep down wanted to keep it dark. And that's why there's those moments in season 3, like sprinkled out, especially in the finale, where they really tried, even though it was like kind of too little, too late. They were trying to still do the dark.
I like how it was Rat Trap making all the sex jokes. He made 3 sex jokes in season 2. He did
Yeah.
forceful placement, the finding new positions, and this cat you always want to have this. I love that. I love that. That's why Rat Trap is my favorite. We should have done next time. We should do a character series.
Anyway, yeah, Octo Situation, it's fine. It is, I guess, not up to speed with the agenda, but it's fair. It's acceptable for the most part in how it follows up from. But you definitely get the vibe watching Optimal Situation. You get the vibe just like, oh boy, we're setting up a more brighter format than the edginess of before.
Now we have Deep Metal, the episode that introduces Death Stars and the idea that Death Stars and families are interconnected with the whole thing. Again, honestly, I think it's just okay. And I like Death Stars as a character overall. I am, but
Went on to voice Shockwave in Transformers Prime.
and he was also in Rise of the Beast as the voice actor for Rhinox. The one line that Rhinox got in Rise of the Beast, that was the voice actor for that.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm forgetting that. Yeah, I don't know about you. I would probably put this episode in like middle of the row. I am.
Yeah, I agree. It's not bad. It's just okay. I like the next one a bit more, a little more.
What's this one called again?
changing of the guard. That's when Rattrap's in the little submarine to get stuff out of the Ark.
Actually,
Oh, Axelon. Boop, blip.
yeah, it's just another okay episode. I like it. I like Ratchet using the little music. And it's the little music that's playing. And then it cuts back.
Yeah.
It cuts back to Thankful.
Silver Bolt. Oh, like, what the fuck?
Like that music is like something Ratchet is playing inside of the show instead of it just being background music for the show. It gets confused and such that like
That's a good. Yeah, the more you realize, yeah, season 3 was kind of Rise of Skywalker of trying to go back to the cheesy of season 1 while doing the season 2 stuff. I think the thing that makes it like, well, why is it that it doesn't work in season 3 as much as season 1? I think it's because, too much has changed since season 1. That's my reason. Too much has changed with the characters to where I don't think it was. I mean, of course, we deserve to have, because even season 2 had silly moments. I'm not saying no silly moments. I'm just saying that try and make it back to more silly is just like, no, that's not progression. That's regression. You should have kept the progression.
you can have funny moments along with the arc and stuff. It's just kind of fun to keep the balance in the right place and the right time with both.
Season 2 was a good ascension, but then season 3 was definitely a work of Hasbro. Mhm. It's always when they get involved that things go wrong. Anyway. Oh, and of course, the importance of that episode, the important plot points were Predacons get Sentinel, and Depth Charge flat out joins the Maximals.
Yep. The whole Sentinel thing, it wasn't ever really come back for like an important plot point. So,
Because the Maximals never attack the Predacon base, you notice. They never go. In fact, yeah, when was the last time the Maximals were with the Predacon base, if you don't count Dark Glass? I don't think they've ever... I think... Now I have to realize, when was the... You know what I'm talking about. I'm saying, realize like, of course, the Predacons tried to get into the Maximal base, but you noticed how, like... When was the last... Oh, wait, yeah. The last time the Maximals were in the Predacon base was in the Agenda. Yeah, after that, the Maximals never set foot there again. So, you're right that it does kind of... the only convenience was the Predacons have it, Maximals don't.
yeah, I think it was just kind of a throwaway there. Just to get the Predacons one win every once in a while, other than them just becoming the buff on each other.
Yeah.
I think that's all that meant really was. So like since they can be confident, they won. They got a good show for their big like whatever. But on to the cutting edge. The Jurassic Park
Dinobot clones. Yeah.
Jurassic Park
The precursor... Tarantulas with the Raptors, a precursor to the Jurassic World. Yeah.
But had they made like cyborg raptors in Jurassic World, that's probably the good interesting. Maybe not. This is again, it's another Save the Kid episode. I'm putting this a huge
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't... there he is, my little guy. Isn't he cute?
That's not what I want.
Oh, look here. Look at what look at this. What Alex says, like, if I was Primal season 3, I'd order my team to start addressing me as father or daddy.
Nah, dude. Nah. Nah. You're evil.
Imagine Depth Charge just be like, no. You'd be the one to be most like, fuck no.
I think he'd rather die.
That'd be hilarious. See Depth Charge just like, fuck no.
I think one who would have been most eager to agree to that would have probably been Cheetor,
Not calling him dad,
Yeah.
calling him father, because Cheetor already considered him as a father figure. So him having to call him dad would have been mine. But it's
I'm laughing at the idea that just imagine all this. It's like, Daddy, that just sounds so cringe, but almost funny.
the weirdest character I think that from would be Knox. Daddy, we have a situation. It's like, no, no.
If Donbot came back, joined the match, so it's just like, oh, he calls the dad now. Donbot just be like, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I'm a rogue.
I'm gonna defect for a fourth time. See you guys later.
Yep. Yeah, he's like, fuck that. I'm in the middle. What's gotten into that monkey?
Hey, he hit his head hard one too many times. And, he thinks he's like, I'm not even gonna finish second. Fuck that.
No, let's keep going.
Now we are on to Feral Scream, the episode that introduced Cheetor as a Transmetal 2 and revived Dinobot 2 back as a Transmetal 2 clone.
I think being a two-parter was a little too long. A little too dragged.
I don't mind it being that long. I think it's only too long because they didn't do anything with it. Had they combined Feral Scream with elements of Dark Glass, then I think it could have worked.
I guess. Yeah, like they just kind of drag out. This is the only time Cheetor got, the last time Cheetor had a focus episode was, for lack of a better, just it had been a while since Cheetor, but so it's like it's something, but the whole, again, nothing really comes out of Cheetor being monster back and forth
No.
to me. So I would have just rather try to do that, like you said, either in one episode or have elements of Dark Glass in there to make it more like whatever, more significant to be two parts.
Yeah, I would have given it more of a reason. Otherwise, yeah, I think you're right. I think it should have just been a one-parter, and then we could have had we could have had the spare episode been build up to, could have been build up to the series finale. But
And I guess to briefly sum up, I said drinking game every time, but yeah, Downbot 2, number one wasted character. He had promised, spent most of the show just kind of generic, and it was last. This would be shade for Nemesis Part 2. Just last minute, he got interesting. But up until that point, if we just made him switched out as not Dinobot, he would have just been, honestly, even if we switched him out, he would have been the most generic Predacon.
yeah, he probably would have. The fact that he is a clone of Dinobot is the only thing that really made him interesting. It's because of the attachment we already had to Dinobot's character.
Yeah, or if Scott McNeil was permitted when he said he wanted to make Dinobot 2 more tweakier, if they just did that as the separate character, that's the Wolverine or something with the big claws, with the freaky eyes and stuff, then that would have made him more memorable.
Yeah, had he had any sort of individual quirks that made him his own character, rather than him just being a generic Predacon troop, it would have just, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm just kind of milking it out more. But overall,
yeah, I would put Feral Scream. I would put in.
I Am the Plan, fittingly enough, is where I would put it.
Oh yeah, the only highlight is of course Dinobot 2 slicing of poor Waspinette.
Yeah, for a little wasp. I guess. What were you thinking? Highest, a few flying lessons.
Yeah. I would put one of them. I would put either part 1 or part 2 in. Few flying lessons wouldn't hurt high, and then the other one could go in I Am the Plan. Maybe the episode with I Am the Plan said, jokingly.
Yeah, that's what I just did. So that's what we have right now. Okay, so moving on. We have Proving Grounds. Basically, the episode in which Dinobot is tracking and hunting Black Arachnia.
Few flying lessons wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This is definitely a fucking filler. When I was showing Jaden season 3, I just flat out went from Feral Scream right to where Black Arachnia becomes Transmel 2. I did that right away because I'm like, honestly, the next 2 episodes you can just completely skip. No, 100% nothing lost.
The only
Okay, maybe for this. Okay, maybe this one it's the Black Arachnia hesitance to let them, like I think it was Dissector to fix something. I forgot what was specifically said, but
predicate
aside from that one detail, nah. Oh yeah, that.
is
That's literally all you're missing, and because this episode just proves like if there were other episodes surrounding this one more on the our characters would have been more acceptable, but because this was the most we were getting, it's just the dynamic just Black Arachnia and Superbowl. I honestly came around to just feel like it ain't hold a candle to Dinobot and any other shit or most other shit.
yeah. And now we have what I would consider, and I think you are in agreement, the worst episode of Beast Wars. Season 3, Episode 8, Go With the Flow. The most humiliating defeat of my entire career. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, replacing a certain other episode that would have been better. And if I had to pick any bit that's almost enjoyable, I guess the part where Megatron's trying to make the kid work the thing. Like, yes. But one person pointed out that this is Megatron's worst scheme.
Yeah.
Layman scheme that is like disaster. He's smarter than this.
I don't know. I guess maybe it would have been the one in season 1. We never saw it happen because Pterosaur interrupted it by challenging him, but he just made a probe that had a gun on it that would shoot maximal energy signatures. I don't know, maybe that would be his word.
I guess, but I guess the difference is, that was his season 1 plan, but by this point in season 3, it's like, come on, he's better than this.
Yeah, I suppose. He has a way better
reputation. Again, concurs with my statement that they tried to be like season 1 again, but the problem is like some characters are dead and just too much has changed that it's not a good idea to go back to silly. Just reassures my point. Yeah, dumb episode, lame. The episode that I've seen next to the web, the 2 episodes I watched the least.
Yeah.
Of the show.
Okay, so now we are on crossing.
Oh wait, let's.
Yep.
How about a brief little bit where we talk about where we would, from the sounds of them, place the 3 unmade episodes where we would place those.
Okay, I'm guessing you're talking about Optimus Primal thinks he's a gorilla, quote unquote Bitch Wars, and then Dark Glass. Right?
Yeah, you go first and then I'll go.
Well, Dark Glass, I think we already know that's the easiest place. That would have been either in the place of Proving Grounds or Go With the Flow. I think Go With the Flow because then you would have had 4 Dinobot-centric episodes in a row.
Yeah.
Then, I guess Bitch Wars is the only title we've ever had for it. The episode for, I guess, if Alex doesn't know, he probably does, but the episode where initially it was thrown around that Black Arachnia and Airazor would have split off from the Maximals and Predacons and they would have started their own faction. And it was apparently called. That's not what the episode was actually going to be released released as.
They're just doing that as a joke.
Yeah, it was called Bitch Wars. I probably would have put that. It would have had to have been in the later half of season 2. So it probably, I'd say it would have been around the time of Dark Voyage, like early 20s, like episode 19 to episode like 23.
I would say, yeah, probably like no later than right before the storm.
Yeah, so it would have been at the absolute latest, it would have been episode 24. Oh no, no, sorry, no, episode
Roughly, yeah.
23. Sorry, because Before the Storm is 24, and then Other Voices is episode
Yeah.
25, 26. So yeah, no,
And I'm guessing the one where Optimus Prime thinks he's Gorilla, that might have been what later became Call of the Wild.
yeah, I think that's. I wonder if that is actually what the idea was, and that they just expanded it to the whole Maximal team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I probably would have put that in the place of Call of the Wild. So yeah, that's what I probably would have done. Now,
Hey, you were going to say your thoughts?
thoughts on what?
To say where you, from the sounds of the premises, especially Dark Glass, where you imagine you would have ranked those.
All the ranking. Okay, I thought you were saying just like where I would place them in the timeline. My bad. Ranking.
No.
Dark Glass I would have had as the best because I think it would have been the most character focused episode. And then it probably would have been the Gorilla episode, and then Bitch Wars. So Bitch Wars doesn't sound like it would have any reason to exist. Neither does the Gorilla episode, but at least I think Optimus would have learned the importance of his beast mode, or maybe since he was supposed to be the new leader of a Gorilla troop, maybe he would have come to greater value the idea of like teamwork and family. Something.
For my ranking, I would say going from bottom to top. Yeah, Bitch Wars was. I don't know how that would have worked, which is why I think it was best they didn't do it because I don't think. I mean, the idea, like, just the girls hang out, is like, well, it doesn't work because Black Arachne is clearly a sinister bitch, while Air Razor's a well moral, and the Maxwells didn't disrespect her. So that's why I'm like, yeah, would not have worked.
No.
So I would put that, if it was made, depending on how it was handled, I would put that in a few more flying lessons wouldn't hurt. If it was made, then the Gorilla episode would probably go in. What's the quote? Oh yeah, I Am the Plan. And then maybe if handled really well, the Spark Ignites, but definitely not higher than that. And then Dark Glass, cricket noises. Dark Glass, I would put in. I'm gonna put it in two places. If Dinobot did not die in Nemesis Part 2, Dark Glass would go in That's Just Prime. Or maybe even The Rest is Silence. But if Nemesis Part 2 still had Dinobot 2 die, it would go in Most Humiliating Defeat of My Entire career. No, I'm just kidding.
Your next one.
It would have gone. I would have put it in either I Am the Plan or okay, maybe just I would have had it in I Am the Plan because I would have just been annoyed at the fact that it's like more blue balls teasing when the character still dies. So I would have put it in I Am the Plan because I would not exactly say I would have enjoyed it because I would have just been mad like he's gonna fucking die anyway, even if it explains the plot error and does stuff for Rat Trap.
Yeah, I think if I was
If I'm
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if I was generous, I'd put it in Spark Ignites, but low. But if Dinobot 2 still dies, it would be in I Am the Plan.
Yeah, if I was unbiased, that's probably where I would have put it too. If it went the exact same way. Well, basically, I have the same opinion as you. I probably would have put it in high, That's Just Fine, had it come out. Well, had it come out and Dinobot survived from the Beast Machines. But, well, I'm just repeating what you said. I share the same opinion as you. But, now on... What?
Nothing, go ahead.
Now on to Crossing the Rubicon, the episode in which Black Arachnia became a transmetal tube. It's got some pretty good character moments for Black Arachnia, where she's questioning whether or not she's really willing to go through with the operation. Because her being a bad girl, her being a Predacon, is her whole identity. She doesn't know if she's really willing to let that go. She doesn't know who she's going to be if she does survive the operation. So I think
This was, I think, one of the stronger season 3 episodes, and I would say this is one of the, most of the time, especially in Disney movies, it's annoying when they make you think someone's dead when they're not, because it's like we know that they're not dead, so it just pisses us off when they keep teasing us like, oh no, you can't be dead, and then it's like, oh, I'm alive. In the case of Black Arachnia, that's one of the few times I thought it was good, because then we got to see, like, Cerebral just go blood.
yeah, we got to see a different reaction out of a character when they face grief, instead of them just kind of, because in most scenarios you see where all the characters get together and they like grieve, but here, for some reason, the Maxwells just kind of leave Silverbolt by himself, and he reacts with rage, and I do like that. I like that, and it makes me wonder what would have happened had Black Arachnia actually died on the operating table tragically, unceremoniously. But that's sometimes people
Well,
end up dying.
seeing how it turned out, Rampage was gonna kill him, but it would have been definitely neat if, like, if Cerebral killed. You know what? I'll admit, when I first watched, I actually thought Tarantulas was dead, and I forgot that he showed up later. So actually, for a while, I thought Cerebral really did kill Tarantulas.
I think that would have had more impact too. Had a moment of rage, probably the second most honorable Maximal after Dinobot. Silverbolt would have killed somebody in a fit of rage, and I think then that would have maybe been a more interesting concept about him becoming a brooding bad boy. He lost the love of his life, and in that grief, he lost his own morality, and then he could have been the whole brooding bad boy. I don't even know who I am anymore. I think that.
I guess so. I mean, that would have been very, for the last couple episodes, hard for him to, like he would. I'm not sure if he would. No, he wouldn't even be Dinobot. I think he would probably, in some ways, be even more cranky than Dinobot, because for Dinobot, would just be like, he didn't even bother trying to find a significant other. While for Cerebral losing one, he would have been in some ways even more bitter.
Yeah. But then maybe we would have been making the show too dark, and then I guess that would have been kind of a good setup, though, to Beast Machines. We would have given a reason for the characters to be brooding and dark and angsty, rather than them just kind of becoming that randomly.
Yeah. And another path of events that would have, if Cerebral lost by granted, that would make him later in Beast Machines. If he kept that, then it would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, yeah. And I would say best moment, Rampage watching, saying, such pain. I must help deepen it.
Yeah. I love it. I love you, Rampage. I fucking love you.
I would put this episode in, I'm going to say the spark ignites. I like it that much.
So far, the best episode of season 3, then, in our opinion.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, Master Blaster, Master Vader.
You said that, not me.
Yes, I did.
And you lost your monetization.
No! I forgot I was streaming! No!
You're like, no, there goes your monetization.
I can't even be monetized yet. You need at least 1,000 subscribers. I'm just below that. I'm just below 900.
Yeah, you just need 110 more.
Yeah. Anyways.
That'd be funny though if you lost it just because you made a masturbation joke.
No, you're not helping! You're not helping!
Yeah, I mentioned at the beginning, I said, Nick.
Ow!
My money. I'm imagining right now with the outfit from Jobby's, like that persona he has his YouTube, with like the weird glasses and hair. I imagine you look like that, like, nah.
I'm looking at my bank account. I'm watching the numbers drop by the second from 1,000 going all the way down.
No. Anyway,
And yeah, Master Blaster. Hang on. Other than introducing Megatron's newfound dragon mode, this is also just a bit of what am I trying to say? It's just a bit of a nothing episode. It's just
I mean, the Maximal's an unfair edge with, like Optimus Primal Mike taking over with that bug. It was the most for Quick Strike to do in a while. And yeah, I would say overall I would put it in I Am the Plan.
yeah, that's probably where I put that lowest. Now, other victories. The episode that kills off Tarantulas and introduces Tigerhawk. Therefore,
And gets the Predacon base gone.
yep, and the destruction of the Predacon base. And the destruction of Sentinel. If you get it all separated, that's just a piece of programming.
Sentimental Sentinel. Ha!
But this is a pretty okay episode, I guess. I like the dialogue that Tigerhawk says. I am Tigerhawk, emissary of the Vok. Your forms have changed, but I know you, Megatron. The Vok sentence.
The Vault guard you. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the word. The Vok charge you with the destruction of time and space itself. Surrender yourself to me immediately, or before I have to use greater force.
Oh, I was checking. I had to check to see if you're going to say the last part when I say violence will not be tolerated.
That's what he said. Megatron's don't yield. They conquer. Open fire! And they all open fire on it.
At least this time, Waspinator has company.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't talked about Waspinator a whole lot.
Well, he's Waspinator. He needs no introduction.
The best side character in Beast Wars.
Yep.
I would say Jesus Christ. I'd say this episode goes in Eye of the Planet.
Yeah. And of course, the whole annoyance behind the scenes of Tigerhawk was meant they were going to have him. Then they were like, no, actually, I forget. I think it was either they never planned to and then threw him in last minute, or if it was they planned to and then you were told not to and then told again, all right, we'll add him. And then it was kind of like, well, we already wrote so many episodes down, so we weren't able to use them enough. And it's like, yep. I would have introduced him as early as episode 4, honestly.
Yeah, I would have replaced the Raptor clone, Cutting Edge. I would have replaced Cutting Edge with other victories. But then the only change it would have done would have been the non-destruction of the Axel. No, not the Axel, sorry, the site.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that would have given Tigerhawk a chance to do more. Like the whole 2-parter I would have in my season 3 is just introducing Tigerhawk spawning from Tigatron and Airazor and a Vok, because it was in a video game on PlayStation and Nintendo 64. You had this unlockable Megatron X, which was like in terms like a Vok clone of Megatron. I would like to have seen them do that, rather it be like a new main villain, or if it would have been like a like just a 2-part episode appearance. I think that would have been neat to see that, and it would be like the thing that rivals Tigerhawk's power. Like, let's say, like I guess like the Megatron X represents the twisted side of the Vok, while Tirehawk represented the more noble side of the Vok.
I guess that could have been an interesting idea.
As for how Megatron X's voice would be, I would just imagine David K doing a more demonic, sadistic version of his normal voice
Something like that.
with a bit of an echo.
Something like that. Something like that. It's pretty much what Scott McNeil did for Title One, too. At least one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say if you would prefer, like, it would be until the end of the season, the whole Megatron X thing, or you just have it for that two-parter and then it be destroyed by the end, but maybe Megatron took the power to make himself a Transmetal 2, or just take on the dragon.
Yeah, I think that would have been better. It had it just been a two-parter, and then Megatron would have taken the power if that was would have been it, and then that's what would have enhanced into dragon form, therefore making him a Transmetal too. I think that would have been cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now we are on to the series finale, Nemesis Part 1 and 2. Personally, I would put both of them, or at least Part 2, in That's Just Pride. I don't know if you would be able to.
I put Nemesis Part 2 in most humiliating defeat in my entire career. No, I'm just kidding. I put it in the Spark Ignites. I would put both parts in Spark Ignites. Because even though they do a lot of good stuff, especially with Nemesis, like I could let Nemesis Part 1 go in. That's just Prime, but it would be Nemesis Part 2 I'd put in the Spark Ignites for one obvious reason. You say your thoughts first.
Nemesis, I think, is a good finale, but I think it's anticlimactic because the main conflict, which is the arising of the Nemesis and the inevitable destruction of Ark, is only a thing in the very last episode, the second part of Nemesis. So I think it's a little anticlimactic, and I think it was too much. I guess not even too much build-up. There just wasn't enough build-up and payoff for what they were doing. I still think
Oh, Godzilla 2014.
Yeah, I pretty much have the same complaints about that. But thankfully, Beast Wars has way more compelling characters than.
Alex said Master Blaster is what the ladies call Waspinator.
No, they do not.
Eh.
I'm gonna read some of the comments.
Megatron should have cloned more Raptors, made Donbot their general. That would have been neat.
I really don't like how Simon Furman recontextualized the show as happening because of a religious prophecy. Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. The whole Covenant of Aquinas thing kind of coming out of left field in the second to last episode is really weird. But I do kind of like the idea that Megatron named himself after a religious figure, but at the same time, it doesn't really make any sense. And the idea of him just naming himself after the Decepticon leader works just as well, and if anything, is more impactful because we know who G1 Megatron is.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Hey,
This is how the.
I'm back and forth about that because again, I'm a crazy person, and the fact that I am always conflicted on imagining if either the Beast Wars were kind of because like there's like two main ways of doing time travel. There's either I I can't believe we're talking about this, but since Beast Wars is time travel, why not? It's a, there's like a couple ways, but the main ways I can think are, one's obviously the things happen a certain way, but then when someone goes back in time, they're, jeopardizing because they're going to erase time to make it different. But then you have the other kind where it's like a creepy or ominous, like in, I'm not sure if Alex knows Primeval, but we're gonna say fuck it. Like, in season 1 you had Nick Cutter with the soldier guy, they see skeletons in the Permian. Then in the finale of season 1 they realize, oh shit, those are us. So it's like a paradox where we realize like we create our own fate to have the one of the soldier like, oh shit, I'm looking at my own dead body. Where it's like, and then doing Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah theory. So I'm almost tempted. Like sometimes I like to imagine maybe Beast Wars was like a destined, like it was gonna happen and both was gonna happen and also happened. But then it's also like that kind of stuff can get very confusing of like, wait, what? And then finally, there's the one that I more like to believe in when you change the time. I don't like to imagine you erase time. You just create a new branch.
Yeah, that's kind of the Avengers Endgame idea. Or
Which is something that's one of the things I agree with. Of no, just that I prefer to imagine if I do time travel stories, I don't imagine. I mean, Beast Wars couldn't do that because we saw in the agenda part 3 they were being erased, so they're definitely going for the you're at risk. Of, but I'm just more into thinking for time travel. Just like I like to imagine you just create a whole bunch of, depending on how much you time travel, you can just create new branches, and it would only be like interdimensional travel. You could get back to your home.
And Beast Machines doesn't really help with that idea either because it's suggested by Primal that it was the reason.
Which was stupid. That is the one thing. That's one of the things I know you're going to talk about how Beast Wars was like the Oracle one. I'm like, okay, I know I defend Beast Machines, but that thing was stupid, and I completely disagree with.
Yeah. It's dumb. It has no reason to exist. I'm Donald Trump now for some reason. Yeah. It was an idea I never really agreed with or liked. If I'm going to be clean.
Yeah, Simon Furman, he's a respected writer, but I realize how much stuff has he written that I know if I actually like. I don't know. I don't think it's much.
Ooh. Take that, Simon.
He just wrote. He wrote Marvel G1. He wrote the BotCon Beast Wars tie-in stuff, like the majority of it. He wrote the early phase of IDW, like when it began before it became the More Than Meets the Eye. And he did Nemesis Part 1 and 2, or at least Part 2, I think. I think he did both. You can double check for me on the TF Wiki, but I'm pretty sure he did at least Nemesis Part 2, maybe Part 1. But yeah.
Written by Simon.
I think he did.
No, let's see if I can find this. He wrote Part 2 at least. So.
Yeah.
Nope, he only did Part 2. The first part was done by Bob Forward.
So I guess Bob Forward also was going along with the idea that it was predestined.
Yeah.
Which then kind of gives like fans, yeah, we had a whole plan for the game. And I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
It's got lucky that if you take a couple steps back and you squint at it, you can kind of see it all forming one story.
Yeah, when you look at season 2 and 3, even season 2, as brilliant as it was, you don't get the idea they had this plan from season 1. They just went along with what they could, and even though it's a good overall package, there was these slip-ups here and there with character executions. But I digress. Did you have any other things to say before I said a few babbles of Nemesis?
No, not really.
I was just getting ready to rearrange the order we had, but I'll wait for
Oh yeah. Nemesis Part 1, I think in the end, because of a certain decision that wasn't made, I prefer, even though less happens in it. Depth Charge and Rampage's fight is beautiful and intense and a lot raw energy right through your twisted spark. Take it straight to the pit, you sickening piece of slag. Great fight and death scene. Like, even though the in between was not too much with Rampage and Depth Charge this season, I think we think of it better because of how awesome their final moments were.
Yeah.
We could have used some better in the middle. But anyway. And then, yeah, that's really about it. You know, like, other than that, that's really all that. Or else, oh, wait, no, of course, can't forget. I said no! Dragonbot command you, Sub-Commander Kissbot. Dragonbot not command Wasminator, not anymore.
Waspinator, sick of being Predacon, sick of being evil. And worst of all, Waspinator sick of getting blown to scrap all the time! So...
As of now, which means Antbot and Two-Head can just pucker their mandibles and plant big, white, juicy one right here on Wasminator's big, fat, shiny boom up.
Waspinator has plans, and then he gets beat to death by a little caveman.
But you might not hurt Waspinator. Oh! Well, you know that quote from Jobby's Generations Waspinator? Is that the big, stripy boom? I always love that. Anyway, and then Nemesis Part 2, I just start becoming a werewolf or something. Just like, if we count not the last, I guess, 2 minutes roughly, everything from the opening shot to when Rhinox busts through the Nemesis with Megatron, up to that point, I would have put the episode in That's Just Prime. But my running gag, for the few people who've come across me on YouTube, they know me for this. I was loud about it in 2018. 6 years later, I'm not as loud, but the whole bit of letting Dambot 2 go for me will forever be a nightmare. It will traumatize me for life.
Yeah.
The fact that Primal, I mean, there's two, I know it's a double-sided coin. Some say Dambot, like, just wanted to stay dead to, and I say, okay, hear me out. If there was no Beast Machines, if Beast Wars was the end of this continuity, then if Beast Wars was like the end of Generation 1, then I would have been like, okay, sure. But of course, with hindsight, where Beast Machines was going, and how Dambot 2 could have tied in with how he was partly of like what made Megatron lose the Beast Wars and gave to the personality and ambition in Beast Machines. Dambot 2 being alive would have been a beautiful contributing my own fanfic about it, of how he would have influenced, and seeing Dambot 2 come back would have been swell, and his whole character arc being find purpose in Beast Machines and cool design and help drive the story a bit better with trying to get Rhinox to, not be too descended in villainy because would like to be controlled, and a little bit for Silverbolt maybe, and feeling partly like he had like not just Primal feeling the blame, but Dinobot 2 feeling a little bit of the awkwardness of what it's like to have the Viacons were like he's like the prototype to the Viacons. Or he would have been angry at Primal, like why'd you have to strap Megatron to the top of the shuttle unless there was not enough room inside the shuttle or risk of him hijacking it. So on and so fifths. And that factor of I have to be realistic and say, if just looking at from Beast Wars, it's fine, but considering the fact that there was a sequel series plan, it pisses me off. So for that, it's a huge knock, a slash of the raptor claw, like schlock. What they did to, they hurt me. They hurt me. Anyway.
Fucking guy. Fucking Alex. Let's hear the guy who killed No.
No. I mean, we could just look on DeviantArt for that. Mike Wazowski. And then look, it's ghosts. You don't have to explain it. It's just because ghosts. I'll admit am I missing a joke?
I think it's happening with that.
Oh, maybe. I wish Transmutate Spirit could have appeared to comfort Rampage for the. Aw, that would have been a little. I mean, I guess a little taken away from the intensity, but would have been nice to like imagine what was going on. Is that Dinobot 2 is heel turn.
Yeah. I think that's the canon explanation that he was possessed by Dinobot.
Yeah. Yeah. It.
I think that's the canon explanation. I think that's what.
Oh yeah. I'm just kind of grumping in my phase of just like yeah. If you were to ask me what would I give up to see Dinobot 2 and Beast Machines, well, some of my blood. Nah, just kidding. I would just have to be guaranteed, like nothing too bad would come out of it. Because again, I imagine Dinobot 2 and Beast Machines, it would have helped the series in my opinion, especially if I'm gonna brag because I'm Megatron. I could be egotistical. If I was writing, then Beast Machines could have been better, but maybe not better to the point where we would keep trans tech would have happened. I think Beast Machines still would have been seen as like, how would you word it? Like, even if it wasn't hated, it probably would have still like not sold as well as Beast Wars to still encourage Hasbro to do RID. Yeah, it would be a mirror. There would have to be something like there would have to be like a really big deal, something done in Beast Machines to make it that trans tech was still made. And I think Dinobot's inclusion would have been a huge improvement. Or the joke of Dinobot 2 and Beast Machines, a definite improvement.
Well, I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
Would you rather have season 4 animated done in any way you want, or would you rather have season done in any way you want, including the survivor of Basically, would you want animated season 4 or Dinobot 2?
I would want my cake and eat it too. I can't go without the other. On a uniqueness standpoint, Dinobot 2, but if we still had animated season 4, in the end, it's like a complicated. In the overall, I would still want animated season 4 instead. But on a unique perspective, like the Transformers fan base, is more consistent of those who want animated and want a better continuation of Prime. So I feel like I'm the only person, to give for Dinobot 2. So that in that case, I would choose that. But if I decide the fate of everything, I would be like, fine, animated season 4, because still in the end, that's more needed. That would have been more needed than Downbot 2 and Beast Machines. It's just a whole irony of hindsight. They didn't know what was coming in Beast Machines. Oh, and I'll read here what Alex says. Ramjet, Dirge, and Thrust were planned to appear in this as the missiles Megatron launches at the Ark. It was to explain why they weren't in season 1 of G1. That would have been cool.
Yeah, I knew about that. I mean, I think that would have been cool. I think the reason why they cut it was because of budget.
Yeah. Though if it was a 3-parter, maybe they would have pushed for it. Interesting. Really? Really? I want to know. I want to see what the fuck. That's the first time I've heard about that. I want to know.
I already remember that.
Link. I know Aspector Prime. I know about that. It was just like, fan answers to these canons, but I'm like, Link? Because I'm just like, holy shit, I do not. That must have been added, or I've gone this long missing, because I'm just like, holy shit, I want to know about that.
Alex, you can't keep that. I thought that's just
I am the ultimate number 1 Dinobot 2 fan to an over obsessive degree.
so late for that.
You've said some negative things about it, so I'm not sure.
The only really negative thing about it is, hang on. I don't know, are you still watching my screen, right?
Yeah.
Well, did you see this with Avery? He kind of looks peculiar a little bit.
You mean like how his like picture? Yeah, he has a similar kind of thing of like the face.
Yeah, he's got the same kind of face, the same eye color, he's got the puppet there, he's got the blade coming out of his wrist. He's more of a gunmetal blade player.
It's cool.
Oh, no,
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's just getting it as we speak. He's looking for it. But yeah, to sum up this thing, like, and I guess why Beast Wars is number 1, because despite its faults, it's still great, especially the second season. And we went through enough like descriptions of what could have been better. Oh yeah, the last thing I wanted to discuss, because I think we only discussed it once before. Our ideas for if we did our own Beast Wars season 4s, how would we, but also important, I guess, to say, how would we change? Would we have to, because I'm guessing if, Beast Wars got a season 4, it would have been 13 episodes again. So it'd be, what's that number you really like? Yep. And my guess is we have to think of theories. Wait, how would Nemesis end if not with Megatron defeated and so many, I'm guessing not as many characters were going to die? And what characters would have been introduced in season 4 and stuff like that, I think. And maybe Dama 2 would not have died. Maybe they would have actually, hopefully, best case scenario, Beast Wars season 4 would have done the whole Dombot 2 gaining his memories more. Well, that would have to be if Rampage died, I just realized.
Honestly, I'm not really interested in the idea of Beast Wars season 4, but if they did make one, I always get the vibe that it would be similar to it would be similar to the beginning of season 2 so honestly overall it would be similar to season 2 of Transformers anyway. I feel like one way or another they would have figured out a way to get back to contact with and then some of the higher up Maximus would have moved down similar to Jazz, Sentinel, said at ease up to final, stand down, and then they would have had the situation. And he would have and final was explained about what had been going on before. I'd imagine Rampage probably still would have died along the death card. And then Dinobot 2, I would have survived the crashing of the Nemesis. But instead, I would have had him survive. Yeah, I think that he would have survived the Nemesis, and I would have had him completely buried his name in that. But I also would have kind of connected the idea that maybe the doesn't connect to the Rampage would have been kind of fun type thing. As in, like, oh no, I lost my friend Rampage, but also maybe that connection to Rampage in order to like keep his sanity somehow, because
Mhm.
often start and a collective mountain. So like he would have just been his thought. He would have been basically he would have been the new Rampage. Or maybe since he already had Rampage's like powers in his body, essences of the essence of he would have survived. And maybe Rampage would have tried to take him so ahead of what he was doing in his body. And then there we could have gotten a bit of Dark Flash, but it would have been a continual thing, not just a one episode thing, where either they would have had their work right to work together, or one fully takes over the body, leaving the other up. And that's about the best.
Yeah. I'm guessing the airing would have been, of course, like 99 to 2000.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing if I were to do a best guess, the way I would do it is not doing Beast Machines. I guess I would get the Vok more involved further, if not resolved, and maybe reveal that Pterosaur and Scorponok, like there was an IDW comic that revealed that like they were put into stasis and their transmetal bodies made them sturdy enough to resist the lava. They just went into, and it'd be revealed after like Tigerhawk blew up the Predacon, basically, like shortly after that slowly made that they could be uncovered, and so we see them back in transmetal. And I guess, and of course, I'm going off of like a season 4, going off of what we got rather than if we changed the other things in the previous seasons. I think you understand what I mean. And I would have had Dinobot 2 come back, but not feel quite the same as before. And I guess if they didn't have a way, I guess it'd be tough without the shuttle. Maybe instead of the shuttle, maybe it would just be like they're lifted up to, like all together go to the Nemesis and stop Megatron before, shooting the fusion cannon. I guess it have to be the whole team trying to take on Megatron rather than, and whether or not the other characters died still, like Inferno and Quick Strike, whether or not they still die, maybe that would have been neat to see like Megatron break away and then have to start clean with like a few more scattered protoforms, which would mean like a pretty fair new like cast. And I would have kept Megatron as dragon form because like we only saw it for like a couple episodes, so I think it would have been fair for all of season 4. Most of season 4 he has the dragon form. I guess because I know they have one idea where it's going to be in space. That's the hint of what we know, which I don't know. I don't know if in space would have been the best idea. And shrug, like, not sure. Yeah, I don't know if I would go for space. I would just have it like try to. I guess if Megatron got more like a fresh batch of characters and baddies, and then the Maximal's got one or two extra. Like, of course, definitely keep Tigerhawk alive, so you can do more with the poor fucker. Depth charge, yeah, you're right. He had a good part. He had a good spot to come and go. He could just be known as a one-off, a self-contained seasons character rather than a multiple season character. And again, I would just try to do the best with Donbot 2 and how season 4 would end. I would try to definitely make season 4 the end of the series. Oh, maybe have Predaking. I know it's like Transformers Prime, and this is before. Maybe Predaking in Beast Wars would have been interesting. I mean, like a version of Predaking like in Prime, but, you know, in a Beast Wars context as like kind of a second in command with a little bit of Megatron's DNA, but like, you know, also has like ideals that make him the new one that kind of questions Megatron's, you know, like feels he could make a better leader, Predacons.
Yeah, I guess maybe. I feel like that was kind of a nice shift in that we both
Yeah.
almost every Predacon at one point has fantasized about being a leader of the group on Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, yeah, in the end, it does kind of emphasize, like, yeah, season 4 of Beast Wars in the end would have been, don't know how good it would have been. It would have probably just been like a sign of like, the formula is getting tiring, because I think 3 seasons was just enough. And if you just had the second and third season be 26, that would have been the perfect number. But trying to make season 4 do more, like we did in the end need Beast Machines, not what we got per se. How would you finish that sentence? Like maybe not the Beast Machines we got, but
I don't really know.
I was trying to say not the Beast Machines we got, but we just needed a sequel to truly spice things up with a new location, new circumstances, new stakes, new MacGuffins, new this, new that,
Right.
new style. That's what I was getting at. Like, even if Beast Machines was not the best execution, the overall what Beast Machines was trying to do of being different was a good idea. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, all that's left to do is rank the episodes, and then we can end this stream. Oh, and I guess ask Alex, since that's the only guy on here, we could ask Alex if he has any last questions after we rank the episodes.
I think they asked if you could ask now, but I don't think that's really
Okay, so since Alex has been the only guy to watch, even though, yeah, I'm gonna be a nitpicky bitch and say thank you, Alex. You're awesome, but it would have been nice if at least one other person left comments.
not that it would have on the call. I'm appreciative that you saying it.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Alex. You gave us extra stuff to talk about. We just were kind of like at least one other person would have been nice, but that's out of our control. Those times it was up to two. Those times it was up to 3 viewers. Maybe that was one of them too. Like I know that one time it was Jaden, but the other times it was probably one of your friends saw, but then was like, "Ooh, Transformers, what's this cheesy shit?" Anyway, imagine they popped in when we were doing the cum joke, and then that's when they're like, "We're out."
Starting from the bottom, we'll go from the bottom
Okay.
I would put
Go with the flow, stays where it does.
honestly, I probably put
My pistol. Sorry, keep going.
I would changing of the guard. I would probably put that one below
I would put it. Oh, never mind. I get. I would put it. I would personally put it above it. So where you put it as if between the two parters, I think balances it out. I would argue the web should go lower. Exactly.
Because overall, this so now for
Let me look back. Chain of Command, I would put that higher than. I personally put that above Feral Scream because I did enjoy it more, at least for me. So you can try to put it in the middle if you disagree. So we again balance it out. I'm talking about episodes. Oh wait, I meant Power Surge. That's the one with Pterosaur getting all charged up.
you prefer that over.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
that's why I was gonna say put it in the middle, so that way it's like between.
I prefer to over. Otherwise, I think it's pretty good.
I would say, yeah, that tier is solid. So the one I Am the Plan, which, oh boy, that has the most episodes. Oh, right.
Almost, but if you're starting at the top, I would put yeah, the single step at the very top. I think it's the weakest of season three, but I don't think it's bad. I just thought it was comparison to the rest.
As we see here, it's better than the majority. It's better than the majority of season 3 episodes.
I would probably put. I think the opposite start above Optimus.
I agree. I agree. The Spark can go above Optimal Situation. Optimal Situation was just simply a let's get season 3 on the road, get the show on the road. So I agree with that. I definitely argue that Double Dino. I definitely argue that Donald Dinobot should go at the very least higher than Optimal Situation. I would put Fallen Comrades also above Optimal Situation. Oh wait, Fallen Comrades, that's higher, isn't it? Oh wait, no, it was right there, yeah. Equal Measures, fuck it, I'm gonna put it above because it has Dinobot in it. And it's funnier. This one I leave up to you. That's fine by me. It would be funny if Optimal Situation by the end this was in below Go with the Flow. That would just be a funny joke, just like, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, you stupid episode. In the end, I realized, even though I say it's like the fourth part, in the end, it would, if it was the fourth part, it would be the lamest part. The trigger. You mean the trigger would still be under Optimal Situation? I'm not too crazy about the trigger, even if I think I might rather watch it than Optimal Situation at the moment. So, but I'm not gonna protest about it, so it's fine to have it there. Oh, Spire's game. Oh no, that motherfucker's gonna go higher. I'm gonna put that all the way next to Double Dinobot. I would that for me. I would put that way fucking higher. Maybe not as high as Fallen Comrades, but I definitely want it to go. I would personally want it to be between Equal Measures and Fallen Comrades. The Inferno moments alone, Inferno, enough said, is insanity. Yeah, it can go above because it has Dinobot in it. That's one reason.
Long. I think this is
I would put the out. Yeah, it does. I would put it above Optimal Situation. I'd probably even put it above Dark Voyage and Deep Metal. I wouldn't go. No, fuck it. Yeah, around there. You know what? Acceptable. Leave it there. Leave it. This is Feral Scream? Then what were the ones at the bottom? What was the two-parter at the bottom? No, it looks to me like it says.
this is the rat trap and Pearl Street Part 1.
Then there's Feral Scream Part 1.
Power Series, Trigger Part 2, Honey Egg.
Oh, okay. I forgot that we had put one in the other, so that confused me. I would put Master Blaster above Feral Scream Part 2. Maybe. Yeah, yes, I do. Yeah. Let's start. Yeah, let's just start. So far, fine. Let's look at the next one. Let me think. I would put Nemesis Part 1. No, they can honestly both go under Aftermath in the end. Because even though Aftermath has less happening, well, actually, Nemesis Part 1 did have the epic Depth Charge Rampage fight. So, Nemesis, how about, are you okay with an impasse to say Nemesis Part 1 higher, but then Nemesis Part 2 below Aftermath? Yeah. If you say so. I guess so. So far, looking at these episodes, I'm fine with that. I do not object. That's fine by me. Go ahead. That's fine by me. Voices in my head. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. Say what? I would put other voices for what? No, not other voices. Other visits. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I fuck up the three other V. I get them fucked. I get them mixed up sometimes. Like, wait, which one's voices? Which one's visit? Which one's victories? Okay, other visits. I would honestly put about the same level as Beast Wars Part 1 and 2, because I do find it underwhelming what they did with Tyrantron and Air Razors, so that's why I want to put them They can go above or below, but if they go slightly above the first two, I'm like, fair enough. Though I would put them below. I'm judging them off of like, even if they're enjoyable, what actions they made that kind of dent later stuff. So yeah,
I would put the third and victory both at the top.
go ahead. Yeah, because I agree.
I put them above victory.
For me, they would actually be the highest on this tier. Honestly, I would put both of those in absolute highest.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I prefer those over after. I think I'll put both of them just below after. And they can both above.
All right. But those two episodes didn't kill off Scorponok and Pterosaur so abruptly. I'm thinking, on a critical point of like Aftermath is good, but it makes that. I would say of the whole execution of Beast Wars, to me, the first real dud action. But it's not as bad as the ones that come later. That's why Nemesis Part 2 is getting the dent, because to me it's the biggest dent. Anyway, I'm gonna take a look at that. I'm looking carefully. That's acceptable. I'm fine with it. Now we're not even gonna bother with the top, so this will be the last.
I think I would put the agenda, all three put the agenda above.
No, I argue we put part 3 and 1 above Transmutate, but leave part 2 under Transmutate. I'm fine with you getting your having it that high. I'm fine with that. In fact, go ahead and put Maximal No More above Agenda Part 2, honestly. It really is. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm realizing the Agenda Part 2 really is the lamest of the 3 parts. Like it has those highlight moments of Megatron and and it has Inferno's original death, but that original death of Inferno means less when you consider the fact that it comes back. So, and it focuses. Yeah, really, honestly, the Agenda Part 2 is pretty fucking slow. So, it's only 1 in 3. Anyway, Possession, I would even I would put Possession and Low Road. Fuck it, I'm putting those above Agenda Part 2. Yeah, that's how much I'm roasting the shit out of Agenda Part 2. I'm gonna really upset the fans of Agenda Part 2. Come at me, bro.
Okay. For some reason, we have Other Voices Part 1 up here, and then Other Voices Part 2 up here. What should we do? Should I put Other Voices down in Spark Ignite?
No, we can leave our Voices Part 1. In fact, I'm going to roast the shit out of Agenda Part 2. I want that. I want Other Voices Part 1 above Agenda Part 2 because I'm in a roll today of just roasting this fucking episode because I'm picking on it right now.
You want the agenda in the Spark Ignite. Really?
No. I meant put it above other. No, I meant Agenda Part 2 goes under that Part 1 of Other Voices. That's what I meant.
So, you're fine with. Okay. Honestly, I kind of prefer. I kind of want the agenda to be at the bottom of that first line. I think that'll be my tier. The 3 at the bottom are Bad Spark and Coming of the Fusors plus 1 and 2.
Oh wait, I would put Bad Spark above Coming of the Fusors, or maybe not above Coming of the Fusors Part 1, but I would put Bad Spark above Coming of the Fusors Part 2. You object to that, or are you fine with that? Because Part 1 has the great speech of Dinobot.
Yeah, okay. We'll leave that there. And then I think we should leave the agenda for today. And then I think we have a
Nah, let's put it of undercoming of the Fusors and Bad Spark. I'm just gonna be more and more rude to this episode. I'm just like, what did it do to you, Murray? Oh, Kiryu. What did it do to you, Kiryu? And my answer is, it's like, I don't know. I just don't like it. I'm just like, fuck you, Agenda Part 2. You're an asshole. You're the lame second. You're the lame second pillar.
you want me to put Aftermath above it now? You want me to put it all the way down?
No, I'm not going that far. No, I'm not going that far. It goes on the bomb. That's just Prime, but the fan base is like, and I'm like, because I'm an asshole. That's why. All three watching. Wouldn't it be funny if suddenly you got a whole bunch of comments? The joke of just like now when the video's over. Imagine the last comment. Hey, what did I miss? Oh wait, I got one question for you. I wanted to ask. I know you answered before, but share again. So, which one's worse, Prime season 3 or Beast Wars season 3?
Probably, I think Beast Wars. I put Beast Wars season 3 below Prime season 3. Even though both really good base potential, I think overall, personally, Prime season 3 was a lot more concise, and it had a lot more
I mean, if I tried to recently change my opinion on Prime season 3, even though I still don't like it too much, is to say if we take out of account what the toy line was promoting and some of the potential with the Predacon aspect, if we take that out, if we remove that, ignore it, and just look at it by itself, it was okay. And it was an acceptable like end to the show. But again, considering how the fact that the toy line kind of implied we're going to have an exciting, like now it's a three-way conflict of Optimus good, Megatron bad, Predaking like somewhere in between. Like not like could have just been another evil, but maybe more like in between. Then it would have been a cool, like times of. I'm saying this because we didn't get to say it. No one got to hear it on a video. I say like episodes where Megatron and Predaking work together. Times when Optimus and Predaking work together. Times when Optimus and Megatron work against Predaking. Like, especially if season 3 was 26 episodes, like the first two, then season 3 would be my favorite season and probably make my opinion. You know how I'm so cranky, bitter about Prime. If season 3 was as awesome as it could have been, then I would have been tooting a different horn and told you I didn't like the first season, but man, that second, third season kicked ass.
It's too bad that I'm kind of
Unlike Beast Wars, where you bring up a good point, where it being, like 2D animation might make it just a nerd copy G1. Under contrary, if Prime was just a really badass 2D animation, some aspects would not look quite as stellar, but I think, especially for the third season, it would have been a huge benefit. And I mean that in terms of like, mostly on like they would have not as tight of a budget, so they could do a lot of stuff with the Predacons. Like at the very least, the way I would interpret it is kind of like the Viacons maybe be like, You have Predaking, Skylynx. What was the third one again? Darksteel. Maybe have at least 2 more to make a even, like 5 main Predacons, and then have like, this is just my concept if they, I guess, had the bigger budget. Maybe like have the background be like at least 2 or 3 different Predacon models, but they just be a bunch of like look the same but different paint job, and not get too many lines of dialogue. Just be generic, like I'm going to destroy you, or just roars.
I think that would
Yeah, I would have like Predaking and then those Darksteel. It's kind of be like the main 3, but then like add an extra 2 for like a little more to the characterization of the Predacons, and then the rest could just be. So I guess to be fair, maybe I'll take that back. It could still be 3D animation, but if Hasbro just stuck to Transformers rather than trying to do like, oh, we're gonna do a G.I. Joe show, and My Little Pony was just doing its own thing. So, and then have like a Candyland show and shit. And then our Hasbro properties, I think it should just focus on Transformers directly, since who cares about, let's be honest, who cares about most of our Hasbro properties? The only other 2 that come to mind are, there is a following for G.I. Joe, and there's most famously a My Little Pony following, but that's it. Well, Alex claims the video ends when I decide it ends. Oh, damn. We better listen.
How would you have ended bitter?
So if he was in the show, I think.
Right. I guess I don't know. I don't quite remember all the characters from the storyline on like YouTube. Like the Predacon.
That's the poison dart frog Predacon, who is Slapper in RID. The pink frog. Is that who I don't remember any dialogue from, other than he was like beside Darkscream the Bat and Stink Bomb. Oh wait, I thought of something funny. Beast Wars Season 4, at the very least, Skybite. Ah! Joe just like, Beast Wars Season 4 unnecessary, we would have done Skybite. Take my money. He'd be Waspinator's best friend. You know what'd be funnier? Imagine even Dinobot fucks with Skybite. Well, actually, I think he would, because, they were both poetic. They like Shakespeare. That'd be a funny meme. Dinobot, like hates on all the aggressive Predacons, but with Skybite, my man, high five. Or even the Maximals would be hilarious if when they fight, just like, you'll get us next time, bud. That'd be so hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, I actually figured out the page. I took a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
Now
Thank you.
I want to answer these last couple of questions.
Yep. Eat yourself dinner.
Yeah. How would we have handled the yes? How wanted to be off that
So yeah, you go first, and then I'll say, because you can give different answers.
I would have made Spitter, as you just said, I would have made Spitter out to be a really nasty trick with a toxic Punk walking on.
Sure.
Like an evil Michelangelo, but like an evil Michelangelo.
Well, there was the Dark Turtles in Fast Forward, so basically take the dark clone of Michelangelo. Sure. Not a bad idea. Oh, yeah, literally, because of the tongue. because the Dark Michelangelo did the frog tongue. So I agree with Alex. Though if I were to give, no, you go first.
I was gonna answer his other question about he give away better things.
Oh yeah. Okay. His next question. What?
Well, I thought you were gonna go more depth. So I was gonna say, go ahead.
I would just say I would have just done similar kind of thing of like a punk, kind of like Quick Strike, a buddy for Quick Strike. How about that? Just simply like with Quick Strike, just be like the bumbling duo.
Yeah, I think that'd work. What would you have done with Pac-Man? Honestly, I think I would have just had him be maybe a bit more of a light brother to Pac-Man. I guess what I would have rather done with him. I'm not so much of an Englishman, like, oh, he knows this. I would have had him be a bit of a smartass, but only when somebody poked at him first. He didn't go out of his way to like set a fight like that. That's
As for me, I would probably make him another example because I know from the source material he was kind of a, at least at the beginning, a greedy douche. So I think he would have served as alongside Rampage and technically Quick Strike because like Quick Strike was still technically born a Maximal and then he wasn't born a Predacon yet he still was like your ass. So I think I would have had Packrat just serve throughout the series, kind of be a recurring character, not main character, where it'd be kind of like kind of like a commentary on just because you're a Maximal doesn't mean you're a good guy, just because you're a Predacon doesn't mean you're a bad guy. And I would have had him just like kind of a guy just trying to survive, and by the end, be more noble because it seemed like from the comics that he must have gone noble at some point. And probably his history with Ratchet would be like they were both like kind of our salesman kind of characters, hustler or hustlers like Nick Wilde and Zootopia. But then of course it would probably be like Ratchet got a better, like life than Packrat, so Packrat's still in the
would you do a backflip for extra symbol? I gotta take that heavy up.
I would if I was able to show myself, but I don't feel like it, so no.
Spend a year taking care of a wild pimp for $3 million. Yeah, but I would do a hell of a lot of research in order to make sure I take care of it properly and I don't get myself killed by people shit.
Ditto. Yeah, I would take just like you. I would make sure the snake never gets out, or at the very least, if it does, be far away from me. Make sure it has a good. What?
No, I was reading what Alex said. I think that was his last question.
Yeah, the Predator King, more like Red. Oh, yeah. Let me look. I guess I'll look back to see. Wait. It says. I asked, what was the thing Vector Prime with and it says too large to recount here. Use the link. Read it for yourself. Where is the link?
What link do you There's 3 people here. Who are all
Bro.
people?
Show yourself.
I guess this looks.
The reason Dumba and Ares never spoke to each other is because what happens in the cargo bay stays in the what? I think that was. I guess that's his last question, or he can take a moment, I guess, to see if he has one more, but then be best that we just let go because at the moment I'm feeling, I'm content. I guess I just hope that when you end this video, it stays and doesn't go away.
I don't think it did last time because the video I had was unlisted, and maybe that had something to do with it. But I'm hoping that it does.
I guess.
One, I liked it. I'm guessing Alex liked it. It was good. It was good. Oh yeah, I know. I don't see a link. Link, well, use the link to the page. Yeah, I don't see a link on my screen right here. I guess just type in
Either
ask Vector Prime
I'm gonna look it up myself. Ask Victor Prime
on Tumblr.
Dinobot.
Thoughts on Six Strike? Um, I think it's just kind of a one note kind of type character, just kind of a one trick pony. He acts big and tough. He's a big and strong top, that kind of shit. But I think once he's got his ass kicked at least once, especially by a fairly weak character, or at least not weak on the character, like somebody like Cheeto or Rat Snap, then yeah, he's not really a competent character. Overall opinion on his character. Yeah, that's pretty much my overall thought on this character. I think he's a fun kid, but he's not much. There's really nothing else to talk about him. Mainly because his third character is a kid. He's a southern U.S. stereotype. Like he's a Texan, essentially. That's kind of his whole shit. He's like, yeehaw, I'm a big, strong kid. Fucking,
Yeah, he's funny at first, but by the end, it felt like a good point to end. Like, yeah, Beast Wars definitely. I know we mentioned a 3-season curse, but it also depends on the show. And I would say in the case of Beast Wars, it was good. It was more episodes could have been used per season, but I think in the end, 3 seasons was the good amount. And then if we got more, it would have been like, okay, the show's dragging itself.
did you find it at all?
Nope.
You did?
So I'm think no, as in nope, haven't found it. But when you said it was Tumblr, so yeah, I'm not sure if I trust Tumblr. So damn it, I'll never know. Fuck.
Yeah, figure it out. I'll look it up in my phone. I'm not going to do it here, though, because I don't want to get some nasty coffee on my laptop.
Like I must know this. I must know this. It might be underwhelming for all I know, but hopefully it says something similar to what I've been saying for millions of years, aka like 7, 8 years.
Uh, final link it.
Yeah, this will definitely be the last thing, and then I'm gonna eat dinner.
That's I guess, what should I ask it specifically?
I guess search up or ask either ask Vector if you can ask the Vector Prime itself, but if you can't, just search up Dinobot 2 answers, Dinobot 2 Beast Machines answer or something.
What?
Maybe
I think I can ask it. So what should I ask specifically? What would have happened to Dinobot had he been in Beast Machine?
lived in Beast Wars to participate in Beast Machines, I guess.
Dinobot, if he lived what would have happened to Dinobot if he was don't know.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know how long this is gonna take.
if it takes more than a minute or two, or like a minute, then I guess we'll just. I don't imagine it being AI. It would probably be like either fans, right? Because if it's AI, then that would be lame.
I'm guessing it's AI. I'm guessing.
My guess was I think the original Effector Prime, it was just simply like hardcore nerdy fans gave the most logical random answers to the questions the fans asked.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't AI.
Well, no, back then I don't think so.
You're saying nowadays you suspect it's AI.
What?
You're suspecting it's AI now.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hopefully not.
You know. But I think I'm gonna end the stream.
Well, maybe yeah, I was gonna say you can just end the stream, and if you get a result, you can just send it to me, or Alex can send it to me on. Well, Alex has me on Discord, so send the link on Discord. Unless he did, and that's where he sent it, and I'm a dumbass. No, he didn't.
But Alex, thank you for being the most consistent series. And to anybody else who may listen to this afterwards, if this does end up getting fully posted on YouTube, I don't know if it will. I don't think I have the settings on properly. But anybody who is crazy enough, you know, I think OG asked at the time was one by James. Okay, that name rings a bell.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't understand. Okay, sure. Yeah, I would have.
Okay, that's better than AI. That's better than AI.
It is. But Alex, I appreciate you sticking around, and for anybody else who may do this afterwards, and somehow managed to stick to the end as of 5 hours and 8 minutes into this. Um,
Uh,
God bless you. Hang on, I'll be back. Okay, you know what? Fine, fine. Yeah, I looked up.
yeah.
I looked it up on Tumblr. I guess I typed in Ask Spectre Prime into Google, and the first thing that came up was I think a fan on page on Tumblr. So I thought, yeah,
Oh,
I'll ask you. I don't know where. I don't know where my question gets answered.
yeah. I think I was gonna say I was gonna recommend for those who see this, if they see it, like feel free to give 65 like comments of where you would place episodes, and if you had questions for us, answer after video is over.
I'm sitting here holding tight now for Alex to do that.
Yeah, I know.
So now I'm just gonna kind of sit here.
I mean, on the other hand, he could also do it in the comments, hopefully.
Yeah, but I also don't want to. I don't want to leave him hanging like this. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
3 more minutes, and I'm gonna be back.
If he doesn't leave the message, yeah. And if he hears this, then yeah, he'll understand. Hopefully he can just send it on messaging. So for those 2-3 minutes, I guess, did you want Prime to have a season 4, or did you also feel like 3 seasons was going to be enough before it would have lost?
I think I would have preferred two, like just 2 hour-and-a-half long movies as the finale. One could have been Pentagon Rising, but a bit more rounded out, with a bit more just better characterization. And then the second one would have been
Oh,
Black Arachne, not Black Arachne, Arachne, and all the second That's all I would.
oh, I was sharing it on Discord, so we're good. We're good. I got it. Unless I should read it to you.
Yeah, if you want to read it.
so that now you hear it too. Fuck it, yeah. In one reality, Optimus Primal was able to successfully rescue the clone Dinobot from the Nemesis to carry him to safely, moments before Rhinox's shuttle obliterated the bridge and foiled Megatron's final gambit to win the Beast Wars. Initially, the jubilant Maximals believed that their old friend had somehow returned to life, but were dismayed to find that he was not quite the case. While the new Dinobot has indeed inherited some jumbled memories of his genetic template, he also bore the scars, both literal and metaphorical, of serving Megatron throughout the last third of the Beast Wars. Worse yet, he still carried the spark of Protoform X, itself a failed attempt to mimic Starscream's immortal spark. Suffice to say, the second Dinobot was a traumatized, empty shell, living weapon, barren of purpose, forced to walk alongside the same bots he had been conditioned to hate, and perpetually at war with himself as competing instincts vied for dominance. The Maximals quickly learned to give their normal ally a wide berth, and not like birthing as in, I guess, birth as in space, I guess.
Yeah.
And none of them were particularly enthused when he declared that he would join them in their voyage home in the hopes he could find some kind of new purpose on Cybertron. So far, this is 99% just like how I've always imagined, and it's happy to see someone else say it.
I like that.
As in many of the timelines, Megatron slipped his bonds during their voyage to Cybertron, conquered the planet with an army of mass-produced Viacom warriors, and infected his captures with a paralyzing virus, thanks to the Transmetal 2. But Dinobot 2 resisted the virus, has only devolved back to his semi-crumb of his genetic predecessor. Yep, just like I imagined. Soon enough, Primal found himself, Rat Trap, Black Arachne, and Cheetor. Guided by primal supernatural visions, the 5 bots fled to the depths of Cybertron and eventually encountered the mysterious Oracle. Dinobot emerged, new Technorgat with Crimson Guan, Guan Long.
How's it spelled?
Guan.
Wrong.
Guan Long with steel gray plumage. His teeth and claws could easily penetrate Viacon armor.
Oh, okay, so hang on. That's the animal you would turn to a guan.
I guess so.
Oh, okay, that's pretty
A Crimson Guan Long.
A,
That's a raptor variant, I'm assuming.
no, it's actually a Proceratosaurus. It's basically there was a small theropod that led up to Tyrannosaurus. So he
Oh.
a very primitive plant, probably golden retriever size is what they actually look for. So not just the size of an actual raptor, but of course I'd imagine.
Damn.
I'd imagine you get a different thing. And they have a big crest. Tyrannosaurus, right? Well, not Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, of course.
No, Colossus.
Yeah.
Huge crest that came from the snout and went up like in a V shape. It would have just been one really big one going from the snout all the way up to the floor.
Well, thanks for showing this, Alex. With long claws, teeth they could penetrate, as he had as he never truly known Cybertron before the Viacon apocalypse. Dinobot fought not for any kind of higher ideal or to rescue the populace of Cybertron, but merely to survive when the Maximals learned that Megatron had engineered the entire disaster and taken control of the planet. And Dinobot decided he hated Megatron more than he hated the Maximals, and grudgingly struck by the fledgling resistance movement, defiantly wearing a modified Predacon insignia for no other reason than to incense his creator. Incense, okay. So he would have kept a Predacon kind of logo. That would have been cool. Already torn between so many states of being, it should come as no surprise that Dinobot struggled to master the art of transformation. Oh, good point. Because of I know I made it biased that Dinobot 2 is leader, but realistically, this would have made more sense. Because of this setback, however, the rat trap of this timeline, who had already taken a real dislike to the coal cut rate knockoff, could now look down his nose at someone even worse at transformation than himself, never faced the same kind of crisis of conscience that May of his alternate shelves struggled with, and learned how to transform by himself. When Jabba 2 found that emotional still point and unlocked his robot mode, he was a mighty warrior indeed. Not only could his optics project a wall of telekinetic force to cover his allies and send enemies flying, but his mighty two-handed claymore could have also opened tectonic fissures and create localized earthquakes. Well, I always do like him overpowered. tormented by his own demons as he was. However, those most maybe he's part bigger Tyrannus because of the rampage DNA, I guess. Like that helps like make him bigger than a raptor, roughly, or have more like bigger. I don't know that.
Yeah, maybe. I think
Anyway,
the idea of him being a long is that's the main thing that's sticking in my mind right now. I think that's a weird choice. I kind of like it though. If you see back in the chat, he said that long were the Raptors, quote unquote Raptors from IC3. If you remember those things,
all right,
that's what he's gonna put like.
yeah, badass. Okay, of emotional lucidity, where fleeting at best, and Dombot spent most of his time trapped in beast mode in his worst moments. The Air Maximals had to physically restrain him as his old transmetal instincts overwhelmed him and he reverted to his feral state of being. Even while trapped in beast mode, Dombot proved an ambitious, cunning warrior as he and Cheeto repeatedly butted heads over the position of leader while the maximal leader was indisposed. Makes a lot of sense to me. In this timeline, Dombot's warrior instincts and holistic thirst for vengeance helped push Primal, already convinced that his mission was to revert Cybertron to primordial organic state, further and further down the road of extremism. Thanks to the influence, by the time that Tankor's true consciousness uh, reasserted itself and made a play for power, Optimus had already discovered the plasma energy chamber and used it to send an ultimatum to Megatron: either plan now or perish. Turns around when Megatron has to go on the defensive. Despite these minor changes in timeline, the end result would largely be the same. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree. I make a whole big deal of Dama would change everything, but I think in the end there would be like some differences, but not the major events. The clash between the key to Vector Sigma, blah 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 blah. Here Maxwell's realized that the comrade major role in their comrade had played a major role in Primal's death and turned their back on him. I don't know if I would go. I don't know how much Dombot would play a part in Optimus dying, but like, does that? I'll let you say if you feel otherwise.
I kind of missed that last thing you were saying. He kills Optimus?
I was just kind of speed running the last few sentences because I felt it sounded like it was just the beast machines, which we already know. But I guess they're implying that Dinobot's actions further encourage Primal to go on the extreme descent. Maybe? While the Air Maximals eventually revived Optimus and dealt with the strange savage noble creature, a grief-stricken Dinobot, convinced that he had permanently killed the first being who had ever treated him kindly, buried his higher functions beneath his animalistic instincts, and turned feral, indiscriminately roaming the empty tunnels and savaging any wayward Viacons who deviated from their patrol routes. That is very different, but sounds a lot like Savage Noble, but I'm still interested. Finally, after many cycles of exile, so you get your Ronin, kinda.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, okay, I have my cake and eat it too. Where Dinobot realizes he needs to be alone, and he's been recently to do is completely unique with him and his story. I love this so far. I want you to send this to me when you're done. Oh, like when we're done, you send it to me.
Yeah, I will. Finally, after many cycles of exile, Primal, who had dedicated all of his time to meditating in front of the oracle and casting his own sensory net across the planet in the hopes of finding the most troubled comrade, finally reached Dinobot's sleeping mind and pierced his layers of mental armor. And as the guy who wrote Tale of Dinobot 2, I can say overall this is even fucking better. In this shared dreamscape, a jumbled nightmare world of transmetalized bones and a burning valley, Dinobot admitted that he had no idea where he was. Who was... No, wait. Was he a warrior or a monster? A beast or a robot? Maximal, Predacon, or Decepticon? Would he forever toil in the shadow of his progenitor, desperately trying to live a life he'd never known? Or was he nothing but a freak of nature who concealed his monstrous nature beneath the veneer of an honorable warrior? If this was in the show, I would definitely be still saying Beast Machines with our changes would be the single best Transformer show. My new,
Like, you want to. This show's amazing.
inspired by his own recent voyage through this, whoever this guy is, he's even better writing than me. I had a good idea, but execution was not sloppy, just what would be the word? Amateur experience, I guess, or something.
Yeah, I'd say I'm not.
I don't know.
I think you're a bit more of an amateur. Whoever wrote this, I'm not even trying to do an accent. This is
No, yeah, no, I'm with you. Optimus offered his own opinion, just as the Matrix had chosen them to bring nature and technology together in a single harmonious whole. So, too, was Dinobot more than the sum total of his origins. If you excuse me, I want to go punch Simon Furman in the balls for killing him off now. He was not the original Dinobot, nor was he Rampage. He was himself, a loyal ally and just as much a part of the Oracle's grand plan as the rest of the Maximals. It would take time before the Predacon warrior learned to channel Primal's sense of balance into his own fighting style, and he rigorously trained in private, aided by Primal's occasional remote coaching sessions, and longer still before he worked up the courage to rejoin the Maximals. When he did, however, he returned not as Dinobot, but as his own bot. He was now Predatron. Fine. Fair enough. I would prefer Navok, but I'm biased. That's the one thing where I still get Navok. I think Navok is still like, I know Alex is not familiar with that. Let's just say blah, blah, blah. That's the name. I fuck with Navok. Anyway, a courageous and honorable warrior who combined his bestial instincts with the experience of 2 lifetimes lived. I'm just going to say Navok for convenience sake. Fought bravely alongside the Maximals in subsequent campaigns, stood by and welcomed Botanica and Silverbolt into the fold, and made a courageous stand in the final battle against the Viacon hordes. Many centuries into the future, long after the great transformation that saw Cybertron be formatted into a techno-organic utopia, young techno-organic Cybertronians still whisper tales of the reclusive last Predacon. Last Predacon, okay, that's extreme. Who's immortal? Or maybe they mean like, maybe they mean like, I guess in this long after, the Predacons are just, I don't know,
I'm guessing.
just less romantic.
I'm guessing they need to combine the organic and technology into one sort of creation. That's also what the Oracle wanted to do with Cybertronians. No more factions separated by race. No more factions.
Yeah, true.
But Dinobot was the last one who just wanted to do a faction. Now on they will just type.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's immortal spark? Oh yeah, because Navok's still immortal. Whose immortal spark burns forever. When all else fails, it is said that the last Predacon will emerge from his secluded jungle home to take young Cybertronians who struggle to master transformation under his wing and teach them to find the balance within, as he once did himself. The end. posted January 9th, 2023. I've gone over a year not knowing this.
With January 9th last year. Yeah, bro.
No, January 29th. Bro, we went this long,
A year and a half.
and I have to thank Alex for that. I have to thank Alex for this.
No, thank you. Thank you, Alex. The unsung hero.
And I have made fucking peace with this whole thing now more, just like when Trial of Megatron came out, I made peace with animated season 4 for the most part. I feel like a piece of me that you've known 65 for 5 years, I feel like actually for once, yeah, I felt closure when I made Tale of Downbound 2, but if I was looking for more closure, I just fucking got it.
That is
This
awesome. That's awesome. That's cool.
you and I would have aimed the shit, and I think we both agree. Now let's go to Simon Fern. Just like it was like, what are you two strangers doing in my house? Just like, oh, nothing. We're just eating the crap out. Or no, it's just, or I have a joke of just like, imagine he says, imagine like when writing the script, it's like, I need a plan. Then you know what we say. We are the plan. This guy took my idea and just did it with more of like actually like just fucking doing it with like I even got words just yeah.
You took your initial ideas, but you rounded them more to tones of decency. You went more of a fan fist. You went more of a fan mode.
Yeah, because it was the best I could do with what I had for inspiration.
I know at the time you were only, I feel like that's kind of but you were mid-teenager.
I'll just say, yeah, I was a late teenager versus now in my early 20s. I'm not afraid with giving that away.
But that's really good. You need to send that to me now. Send that to me right now. What was it a link?
Yeah,
Was it a link you sent me, or was it a picture?
yeah. He sent me a link.
God bless you. God bless you, Alex.
Primus bless you.
No, I'm gonna.
Alex legitimately he rehabilitated my soul, my spark.
Add that dead in Beast Machine. Should be my favorite thing. I'm serious. Add that dead in
Yes, me too. It would have just been like, even if it still had the weird designs for the other ones, it would have been like, fuck that, it doesn't matter.
like some Beast Machine shitty animation. It's got shitty animation.
Yeah, like, yeah, a little bit of animation improvements or whatever the fuck, but that whole plot element would have just been like, oh my god, that's 110%. 10 out of 10, fucking 10 out of 10.
If that comes from Aspect of Time, does that mean that's like an official, like official fan fiction then? From like,
I guess it's like half official, half fan, I would say.
like so it's like a bot comic exclusive.
Yeah, this I need to look back to see who wrote that. Victor Prime.
What the fuck? I just
Here,
use a post deep and post dead deep. Oh, I love that, Alex. Go ahead, though. What were you saying?
oh no, I'm just looking to see who wrote that because I want to know who wrote that, unless it was all the same guy. I don't see it unless that's just Vector. I guess they're just going under a fake insignia as Vector Prime because they don't want to give out their personal information. Well, whoever you are, I kneel before you. I kneel.
You have my soul. You have my
You and I both, we just bow down like, we're not worthy.
that's awesome.
Like Lugnut to Matron, you know, we just both kneel like, we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
That's Prime is not the God. I don't know if you can.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, I'm good.
Cheers.
I've ascended today. We've ascended today.
God bless you, Alex, for bringing us to our country. Seriously, thank you. Thank you.
And for real, I realize, go get yourself dinner because your place is probably closed, and I feel bad.
There you go. Now Alex is a flip fucking phone. Seriously, he's about as useless as the few dogs he's done in his life.
I think I know what he's talking about. Yeah, I guess.
I do not quite know. But Alex, I'm gonna end it here. Thank you once again for bringing us to our attention, and thank you for hanging out throughout this entire experience. We're probably gonna do something like this again in probably the next month or two, whenever the next time is.
Yeah,
It'll probably be late July, early August, because we've been doing it about once every month and a half or so. But just because
exactly.
of the schedule for work and things. But God bless you.
Mhm.
Have a wonderful night. And I will see you and anybody else watching this recording. Thank you people for watching this. If you could, I'd appreciate like.
And it was fun to,
Go ahead.
yeah, and it was good to work on this. 65. It was good to work on this.
It's fun to work on this. Yeah, tier list. It's fun to work
Your
on.
list.
Anybody who may be listening, thank you for making it through all this today. If you did, please like and subscribe my channel, Skybot Studios. It's simple to look them up. Skybot Studios. And Alex Lemon. Alex Lemon. Hard to hit too. He's the coach. He is the savior.
Well,
Yeah.
he is the sensical one, usually between the two of us, the nut jobs.
Yeah.
like he's the calm Blitzwing head. I'm the angry. I guess I would be the angry one, and then you be the crazy one, or should it be the other way around? Uh, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I'd say I'm the angry.
Or how about that? You're the crazy. I'm the furry. I guess.
Oh God.
Like somehow there's a difference. Somehow there's a difference.
And he says one last thing. Again, that if it helps, keep reading Ask Temple Side. There's some interesting stuff in there. I'm probably gonna after this. I probably will. So thanks for
I'll just look up stuff related to stuff I care about. But yeah.
yeah.